Hello. Okay, let me make sure. See where you guys are. Should be here. Excellent connection. Can you guys hear me? Hi, 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 hi. Let me get into live chat. Live chat. Imagine that. Hello. Let's see. On Criminy, if I don't get a notification reminder, I'm going to be mad AF and we are going to have issues. Yes. Hi, Rusty. Hi, Jen Grill. Kathleen. Hello there. Let's see how many. Okay, we'll let everybody get in here. And oh my gosh, Kathleen, Jen Grill fell asleep too. You fell asleep last night, everyone. You fell asleep straight up in your chair last night. Oh no. Oh no. Hi, Shug. Shug's back. You were on some kind of vacation or something, right, Shug? Am I have the right? Hi, Lisa. Dameron. Hi, Stacy Miller. Okay. Is everybody can hear me? Good. Just tell me I can hear you good, Carolyn. No echoes. Hi, Peg. Is it Peggio? Peggio. Hi, Peggio. How are you? I don't know if it's your first time here, but if it is, welcome. Welcome to any of you that is not your first time here, too. Hi, Becky. You hear me? Okay. And you can hear me, Jen? Good. So we are, for anybody that's new and hasn't been here before, I do try to say the names of the speakers. Sometimes I get so into it, I may forget one or two. Hello, Binky Heilman. Hi, Val Ventura. I made it at the beginning. You did. You haven't missed anything. Hello there. Kenzie is in green and Dominic is in blue. We are on page 29,802. The date is May 13th, 2022. And literally, these are the last. I have a lot to say, but then girlfriend, you can say it here in the live chat. And if you ever want to call in when we're doing, because we're going to keep covering this, you can have fun to call in, no matter what your viewpoint is. I'll tell you, these texts have really helped a lot of us to understand like exactly what's going on. Shug says, hello, flew to Maine to see my big brother for my niece's wedding. Beautiful trip to Maine, gorgeous state, made so many sweet memories. That's wonderful. I've never been to Maine. Hey there, Uncriminy. Thank you for becoming a detective rambler. Welcome, welcome. Thank you. I've never been to Maine, though. I do have a good friend that lives there who's a dentist. Let me see here. Okay, so, yeah, what was I saying? So a lot of this has made even people that came here and thought, could it have just been like really see a bad things in Kenzie, you know, like tendencies to like want to kill someone, you know? I mean, I'll catch a felony for that. I'll come over there and kill them. I don't care. I'll stab them. And didn't she say to Dom she'd stab him in the eye? Yeah. Dom, I need you to get me caviar within 5 minutes or we're going to have a problem. Yeah. And, you know, she's so ridiculous. Like last night in the text messages, she was saying she needed money for food to go somewhere. He gave her $20. She had a flippin' fit, said she needed more money. But then when he said, look, I budgeted $500 a week for expenses like this, and I'm down to $100. This is going out too fast. And she's like, oh, so you're watching your pocket. So then don't give me money or don't buy me things. Well, then why are you having a freaking fit, Kenzie? You know, she doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. Hi, Twisted Stitches. She makes no sense. She has no respect for human life other than her own. Yeah, it's crazy. All right, so we're going to get started. I have to make myself the size of a postage stamp. Here I go. Okay, so that should let you see the text. And we will go and get started. Okay, let me get my glasses. Here we go, guys. Ready? Hi, Denise. Okay, so she says, you look too. I'm getting annoying. I'm getting annoying, to be honest. Why, babe? Great help, he says. She says great imagery. This is May 13th, 2022. She says, did you go to the store? He says, what store? He says, I didn't know I was supposed to. Kenzie says, well, we need fruit and yogurt. I wanted to go at 12, question marks. He says, well, we'll go tonight. She says, it's closed. Allison's closed, question marks, question marks. He says, we can at least get yogurt from, I guess this is a grocery store there, is it? Hyenens, and some fruit. She says they have no good fruit at Heinen's. He says, stop at Whole Foods if you want after town hall, if you have money, or if you have your card. We got money on there. She says, we didn't go to town hall. Their power was out. He says, damn. Then she says, I don't have any money on my card. So why would I go to Whole Foods? He goes, where you go? She says, Rabal, but it was ours. I gave a 1-star review. He says, dang, isn't that the town hall place? She says, yeah, but they have no gluten-free options, and the workers were straight annoying as F and were pissing me off, unhelpful a-holes. He says, you want to just get what we can from Heinen's? Looks like that's our only choice. She says, are you home? He says, I'm hitting plays. She says, is your house unlocked? He says, yes. She says, okay, I'm on my way. Then she says, why the F, Blair in my spot? Question mark, question mark, question mark, gay AF. He says, LOL, just park in my spot. She says, I'm salt. When will I be here? You. He says, at Westwood and Pearl. Want to just get takeout? She says, bro, can we get fries? What are you doing? Is it going to be a long time again? Keep me updated, Nug. He said he liked keep me updated, Nug. Then she says, when are you coming? Question mark. This is the 15th of May now. Now she's sending him pictures. Then she says, why the F is it 75 in here? I just turned it down because WTF, he says, turned it down. It should have been on 72 cool. She says, it's 75. F this. Your house sucks for real. Always too hot. Uncomfortable as F. He says the AC was broke. I don't know. We got to get windows insulated too. She says, are you even here? He says, no, I'm chilling with Bradbury. She says, WTF. Okay, cool. He says, why? She says, you go do that. Stop texting me. He says, it's colder in my room. The air blows harder if you're hot. I'm done, he says. She says, where are you, Nug? I'm outside. This is now the 16th. Let's see. He says, it has bad connection, babe. She says, here, she says again. Here, she says again. She says, or just go home. WTH, weird as F. He says, I'm just waiting on the street. I thought you'd be quick. And then he said, in Ohio, they are legally required no matter what. And federally, they have to if the product is defective and they are cut. So I'd say you'd be able to refund them. Then she says, where the F are you? Like, why the F are you bought here? I'm sure she means not, question mark. He says, I'm outside. I pulled around, LOL. She says, I'm looking outside right now. He says, I'm the other way. More towards Echo. You want me to pull around, he says? She says, yes. Then she says, so hot again. This is the 17th of May. Where the F are you? Why are you doing weird shite? Never mind. What are you doing? He says, I'm about to go to the gym now. She says, you're just now going? He says, yeah, I took my pre-workout and I was waiting for it to kick in and then I had to go take a shite. She says, when you're home, want to make smoothies with the powders? He says, yeah. She says, okay, when you're done, bring them over. He says, okay, should I just bring them all? She says, yes. She says, when will you be done working out? Do you want me to stop and get the orange juice? He says, no, it's fine. My smoothie is really good. Okay, bet, she says. Come, she says. I'm out of the shower. He says, me too. She says, I'm going to pick up something from the post office really quick, though. He says, that's fine. He says, you want to grab my suit too? Yes, she says. Do you want me to grab it for you? He says, maybe call her and make sure it's okay for you to grab it. If not, I'll grab it with you. I got to get ready, though. She says, okay, bet. I'll call right now. What did you have the name as? He says, I don't know if she asked for a name. She says, okay, cool. I'll just call and ask and then bring it to you. On the way. Are you going to be unhelpful or are you going to be normal? She says, do I have to block you or something? This is the 19th now. Like WTF. He says, what? She says, are you going to be unhelpful or are you going to call you back? What the F? He says, I don't know how I was being unhelpful and I don't know how I'm going to be helpful to your standards. She said, you just messed up. Don't text me. He said, you overreact and stop giving me a hard time for no reason. She says, oh, or just continue to be unhelpful. I guess you can just clean by yourself then. He says, okay, then we can just have the party at your house, I guess. Nothing I can do. Have the spray tan person redo it. How am I supposed to help? She says, you cannot be a D. It's hard for you, though. You're always just a D. You're not comforting. He says, how was I being a D? She says, you're just mean. Stop texting me, she says. He says, you're way more mean than me. She says, unhelpful. He says, okay, Kenzie. She says, I'm blocking you. Your attitude is honestly disgusting. You do shit like this, and it just makes me regret this whole relationship. My boyfriend should not talk to me like this ever, and he should make me feel very loved, and you don't. You can't even be there for me when I'm freaking out, and you just have to be unhelpful. Like I hung up on you for a reason, and you didn't even see him or care to ask why. I don't care. You're not turning this back on me. This is on you, she said. He said, Kenzie, I kept telling you it was okay. You got mad when I told you not to be mean to your mom. That's why you hung up on me. And you're way meaner to me than I ever could be to you. And you know that's a fact. You have no filter. You let everything rip on me. You don't just say, oh, you did this wrong or something. You go, you're terrible at this, or you're dumb as F, etc. She says, communication is clearly a barrier for you. And then she says, yes, tell me it's him. It's not okay at all. Like maybe you could say, oh, we can fix this. We can fix this. But just be a dry arse like you usually are. Uh-oh. Who's here? Oh, Gia's here. Why is Gia here? Hold on a minute. Hold on, this is my... Gia, that was a mistake because I'm live. I put it in the wrong message to get the Zoom.
And I had like Chinese or Japanese letters. So weird.
Yeah,
Okay.
it was a mistake, but I'm
We're going
live. So
to
say hi
sleep.
to everybody.
Oh, okay. Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Okay, Mom. Have
All
a good
right. I
night.
love you. Good
Love
night. Good
you.
night, you guys.
Bye. Bye.
Bye. Okay. Sorry about that, guys. Okay. So he says grammar. She says you're unhelpful as F and you're not proving yourself to be any better, which makes me think, why am I in this relationship with you if you can't even be normal? Like you honestly make me sick to my stomach and give me anxiety when you do shit like this. It honestly makes me not want to be in a relationship. I don't care. I'm not threatening anything. I'm just telling you. It's all Kenzie, by the way. Then Dom says, break up with me then, because I'm being totally normal. She says, I will, actually, right now. So are you sure that's what you want? He says, if that's what you want. She says, so is you saying that you can't be better and you're not going to try to make me feel better about this? Are you saying that you would rather have the relationship and you just simply try to make me feel better about the situation and less stressed? Is it that hard for you to be a good boyfriend? He says, this all came because I stuck up for your mom. Then he said, nothing is good enough for you. I stick up for your mom and I'm a terrible boyfriend, I guess. Like, that's irrelevant. I tried to make you feel better. I kept telling you that she is going to fix it, literally going to get it redone at 4. All I did wrong was tell you not to bother your mom when she's in the middle of working. So me telling you not to disrespect your mom is disrespecting you? Because that doesn't add up. And it's disgusting to tell you not to bother your mom when she's just trying to work to support you. So you're not going to help at all. So I'm stop cleaning. LOL, you're the only one dealing with shite. LOL. She says, WTF is wrong with you? You literally such a D. So unhelpful and mean for no reason at all. Like, what the F? He says, you were mean for no reason. I asked you to come help clean and you hung up on me. She says, I said I'm dealing with shite. I didn't say I wasn't going to help. Like, WTF? He says, I'm dealing with shite too. I have sales and a terrible rash that came out of nowhere. How am I going to wear my suit? You don't see me complaining. I could be spending all day at the doctor's. She says, can I invite Grace to town hall or no? Question mark. No, Dom says. Okay, LMAO, she says. He says, rain when? She says, right now. She said, I was looking at New York for some reason. Should we move dinner? He says, oh, okay. I was going to say it's only going to rain right now. Rest of the day. We're fine for Medina, Strongsville, and Cleveland. She said to 1:30 or 2. He says, when is it? Right now? She said, I think we should. 2:30. Just so we have time for pictures. He says, oh, really? I thought we were going at 1 or something. So yeah, move it. She says, I'll move it to 1. He says, okay, bet. She says, it's at 1:30, not 2:30. Should we just keep it at 1:30? He says, yeah, that should work. He says, how's the makeup going? This is May 20th. She says, should we do golf flakes on my cheeks for highlighter? Yes or no? Then she says, what time are we leaving? And she says, oh, I remember that day. He posted a picture. I'm ready. Did it make that video? He says, I'm about to come. She says, I'm ready. Where are you at? He says, I'm on the way. Street, she says. He says, question mark. She said, park in the street. He said, here. She says, come. He says, did you LE question mark 3? She says, I know, coming. RN. What, he says? She says, I needed to wash my makeup off. I'm on the way back right now. My eye's swollen. He says, I got scared. My baby was missing. She says, I'm here, baby. Coming to cuddle. Want to watch movie? I guess that was the prom, and the prom's over now. He says, I was about to go to bed because it's the 21st now. Then realized you were gone. She says, open the door. You locked the door. What the F? Open now, open now, open now. Then she put something in Google in here, hotels, Virginia Beach. She's putting hotels, Virginia Beach, hotels, Virginia Beach. She says, where are you at? This is still the 21st. My mom has your bow tie and glasses. He says, when did you send this? Bet though, I'll get them later. She says, I have them. He says, severe thunderstorm warning. It says, be careful. Try to dodge the storm on the way back. She says, I want to go to Rolling Loud, Miami. He said, that'd be fun. He says, is that the camping one? She says, I got you something. He. Noog, want to do movie nights? What'd you get me? He says. Is it food? Because we are on the way to Condados, and we could probably do that. How was town hall? She says, not hella. Sip and movie or popcorn and movie. Who's we? It's about to storm really bad, and I'm caught in the middle. He says, get off if you have to, babe. Give lots of room and get off your phone. Okay, thank you. Love you, he says. Oh, and me and Angelo Hench Bing. He says, if you don't get off the highway, I'm going to be pissed. What? I didn't hear you. You saying something? She says, okay, we have a problem. Thanks. He says, why? I am not trying to cheat on you at Condados. That's dumb as F. She says, when I say something to you, be okay with it. Do you see how Angelo replied? Is it that hard? People who get defensive have something to hide, so now I know you're hiding something. He just said, that's our waitress, Dom said. You could have just said that. He says, and I said, WTF. She said, you didn't need to say, what the F. Remember, you're the one who has cheated on me 4 times, so I have every right to be stressed out. He said, I was offended, babe. She says, I mean, I could just go home right now if you're going to be suspicious as F. Then she says, I don't care. Answer my question normally. With love or there's going to be a problem, which now there is because you still have not apologized. He said, you're really making this not enjoyable. Like I'm just trying to get food. I'm sorry, he says. She says, then go eat your food. Like I said, though, we have a problem. Enjoy her obnoxious laughing. He says, it's a waitress. Who cares? She says, since you got all defensive, I care. Stop texting me on message to apologize. Stop texting me unless you're going to apologize. He says, I apologized. I just got offended and I'm hungry. Well, not anymore, he says. Are we sipping tonight? Do we have kombucha? We can, she says. I'm down. I have a movie to watch. Go to Gemini's before it closes and get some. And then she says, Heine's. He says, KM in Henchcar. She says, it's on the way back for you. And then she says, F. He says, can you please go? She goes, should I just go? He says, or if I'm still here, you can swoop me. She says, I need money. He says, grab singles. She says, there's a stack of singles. He said, count them. On the way, she says. P. He says, bet. She said, I think it's closed. He says, no way. She says, I'm going to CVS. Call Sam. Maybe he can save us. He says, is it really closed? Okay, I'm going to hit up Sam. She says, I'm going to CVS to look. He says, I texted Sam, call Walmart and ask. And what did Sam say? He can't. She says, is he not there? And Dom says, he's at home. Kenzie says, do we like the apple kombucha? Yes, Dom says. What do they have? Are you at Giant Eagle? She says, they only have the ginger and the apple, but I'm still going to go to Walmart, so call them. She's posting prom pictures of them. Those are prom pictures. I'm salt, she says. Now this is May 23rd. She says, also, go get the flour from your mom's so you can keep it. That dress I got is huge. It's an extra, extra small, but literally effing huge. It's definitely not an extra, extra small. Dom says, which dress? She says, Lioness, my graduation dress. I'm sad AF. He says, dang. He says, well, I guess just return it. She says, should I take it to Micah? He says, buy another and hope for the best. She says, they don't take returns. How much was the dress? She says, $30 or $40. He says, yes, they do. Everywhere has to take returns. Where did you buy it? She says, Lioness. He said, they offer returns, baby. You won't be given shipping refund. She says, should I get it tailored? He said, ask how much it is to get tailored because the dress is only $30. If it's $100 tailored, then now you have a $130 dress. She said, I'm asking her. I'm going to Mrs. Upon. I'm salt, she says, and my effing phone is not working at all. He says, try hard resetting it. She says, Yoon. He says, what is she charging? I don't know, Kenzie says. I'm going to go see because I don't want to pay over $50. He says, I would just tell her that. She said, I'm going now. I'm so effing pissed. I'm mad. Good talk. He says, sorry, I'm taking a shite. She says, dry your shite. I don't know why I'm surprised, though. Then you should answer fast. That makes it even worse. He says, no, because I'm reading instead of effing my eyes till I'm blind. She says, you have 5 minutes to figure this out. You can end the relationship or change your ways. Okay, we're done. Block me. And that's when this relationship is over. 3 minutes left, 3 minutes left, 2 minutes left. He says, I'm going to wait till this cools down to make any decisions at the very least. I would like to think the way you've been talking to me is justifiable and not you. She says, we're either together or not. I'm not waiting. Remember, you started this whole thing. Instead of saying that you could have just been like, oh, I'm sorry, babe. I'll help you get the account down. He says, how is that starting the argument? You were the one who started arguing right after calling me the R word. She says, you started the argument by saying something disgusting when you could have just been there for me. And he says, how is that disgusting? She says, because that's what you choose to think about rather than me being upset or panicking. He says, took a while for you to think of that explanation, huh? She says, my new phone. He said, you already got it, B? Question mark. She says, yes. She says, when do you want me to come over? He says, whenever. He says, I'm shooing around right now. Lamb is marinating. She says, okay, Bet, we need to start. Oh, Bet. Do one here. Simone. Someone. Bring my poetic. What the heck is she talking about? My Porty. In my purse. Don't lock the doors. Don't lock. He says, oh, okay. She says, dry. He says, what? How is that being dry? She says, bad at answering the phone. He says, oh, my bad, was peeing. She says, ask the party bus dude if I left my sunglasses on the bus. They're in a Prada case, but they are the gas station ones. He says, okay, let me find out where to message him. She said, just let me know ASAP. I'm nervous. He said, they're only gas station glasses, right, B? She says, yes. They are the ones from the drug mart that you got me. He says, don't worry about it. I'll message him. He said, make sure you got everything, though. She says, okay, Nug. He says, so I don't know if we'll get them. She says, I know. Maybe they just fell out and I didn't know. He says, it's okay. At least they're not nice glasses. Yeah, she says, where are you at? Are you home? And he says, yeah. She says, coming. She says, what do you have to do today? I'm on the way. He says, not much. Well, over right now, just about to shower in a second, then I'll figure it out. She says, it's locked. Like, WTF, unlock the door now. Wow. They really trying to get us to vote, she says. Hell no. She says, they have this document to fill it out and everything. He says, don't. She says, can you get me the green apples from Allison's? I need more, please. He says, yeah. Can we go when you're back or after I shower? She says, what are you doing? He says, gym. She says, oh.
I go to Joanne's, put tarp on begonias.
Oh. You're going to go put a tarp on some begonias? Okay. All right. Got your pad. Will is here. WTF? Why can you not answer the phone like ever? Like if I was going to die, you wouldn't even know because you can't answer the phone. Like if it was call your boyfriend and he answers right away or die, I would literally die. He says, because I was looking for the phone. She says, okay, I'm getting ready to go now. You're telling me I cannot go back there? WTF? Question mark. He says, well, we don't want lady pissed. She won't want people back here. Y'all, young Blair, look young, you 17 type shite. You feel me? It's reasonable. It's her business. She says, WTF, did you leave? He said, coming. It's May 27th, by the way. Where? What? He says. She says, are you? He says, next door. I got to finish watching basketball with my mom. She says, no. Then she says, oil. Now it's the 28th. Apples, chips, cashew, yogurt, gluten-free bread, ice tray, laundry basket, minutes, cars. I need to shower so bad after the party. I need to shower. My spray tan is all effed up on my neck. Do you want me to drive to Whole Foods End? He says, yeah, I can drive to Walmart if you want. You can do the rest. She says, I'm here. Come. You fixed up, by the way, effed up. I'm going to give you 2 seconds to fix this. He says, you effed up, not coming. She says, or I'm going to make the car alarm go off. Just letting you know, I'm waiting. Quiet, and I'm annoyed. I wanted to sleep on the couch. So annoying. Why can I clearly hear both of you? Like, why do you not care? WTF, rude and annoying. He says, sorry, my phone was dead. She says, I don't give an F. He says, okay, we'll be quiet. We done. She says, no, you won't. You said that the last time. She says, now I can't even sleep where I want. Y'all do not care. He says, well, I don't think we were being loud and we were talking normal volume. She says, so you can talk at a normal volume with Blair, but you have to talk very quiet with me. She says, how about you guys have a little whisper competition or something? I can clearly hear the words coming out of both of you. A whisper competition? Oh my gosh. That's crazy. He says, what? No, I'm talking the same volume I usually do, I feel like. She says, I wanted to sleep on the couch so I could sleep on my back. Because you can't sleep on your back in a bed? Okay. He says, why is the couch better for that? I feel like the couch isn't good. She says, okay, cool. Did he Krafev? I don't even know what she's saying. Did he leave? Not yet. Why? Is it in the gym or on the field? Gym, she says. Field. What? Actually, outside. What the heck? So it's outside. This is the 29th of May now. Yes. Bet. These are the last 2 months now of Dom's life. She shows a graduation picture of herself. He says, if only your dress said, stop being poor. Or what if it said, don't walk downstairs if you're poor? She said, we are there. He says, when should I come? Is your family there? She says, my family is here, my grandma and my aunt. He says, check, snap. About to send you fit. She says, are you here? He says, we're trying to find parking close. My mom can't walk far. We just found some, I think. She says, hurry, bug. I'm about to come out. He says, we're walking up where you're all sitting. She said, I told you to tell my mom, not me. Talk to her, not me. He says, yeah, I called her. She says, record the big screen. He says, I think I got it. Hard to see, though. Then she says, did you leave? He says, yeah. We're going to meet back at house, or do you want me to stay? She says, okay, I can go. I didn't know you left. Nug? He says, okay, Noogie. She says, yeah, I could stay. He says, yeah, I could it? I think it means couldn't stay. My mom dying, though. Oh, she's still post-surgery. Let me know when you're back. I'll be there. She says, I don't know why you left. You shouldn't have left. He said, your mom said we could leave. I said I can stay. Do you want me to come back? Let me know ASAP. She says, I mean, it's already over. You kind of left during one of the most important parts. He said, I seen you walked. I can come back right now and be there in a second. You know what's so funny? Like, this is one of the most important parts. She graduated from high school. She didn't do any of the work to graduate for high school. She paid other people to do her work to graduate from high school. Of course, she's there to take all the credit for it, right? Yes. Hi, Alicia. Hi, Amy. Amy, did you make it through that whole movie last night? Let me know. He says, let me know. I can be there in a sec. I'll have my mom drop me. She says, roll up a backwood. He says, LOL, I got you. She says, I'm home. He said, rolling woods. She said, where you at? He said, on the way in a second. Got it rolled. She says, where you at? Question marks, question marks. What the F? What the F? She's saying, where even are you? He said, I just been outside shooting. She said, so are we not going anywhere? He said, no, I just hit up Kyle. I've been waiting on them. She said, you told me you were going to the garage, but okay, I guess. He said, I'm just going to go out and shoot after babe. She said, so when are we going? Because I don't want to just wait around. He says, I don't know. Kyle isn't even going now. He's being lame. So I'm just waiting for Tyler. He says, Kyle said he's got a headache right now. She says, WTF. He says, right, like WTF. She says, and you have no food? Why are they just actually lame as F, like anytime they have a chance? He said, you should just come chill. She says, you good? When are you coming back? Question mark. He said, yeah, talking to my mom. It's the 30th now. Come now, she says, because you're going to take so long to get ready. I want to go like right now. WTF. Okay, I guess I'll just go tan or something. WTF. Where are you at? He says, flat tire, going to Central Cadillac. She says, no way. What the F? Where? He says, I've Steel Yard. Off Steel Yard. She says, are you mad? What tire? He said, the right side. It's whatever. Wasted time, though. She says, how far? He says, 71 and snow. What? She says, my stomach hurts. He says, from what? She says, I don't know. It just does. He says, I can make dinner right when I'm back. She says, Pearl, get off on Pearl. He says, why? What happened? She says, so bad. I've been at the exit for 10 minutes, like I just got by Chick-fil-A. Where? He says, next door real quick. be back over. She says, why didn't you tell me? This is June 1st now. We're on page 30,000, guys. We're on page 30,000. Can you believe it? I walked out for a second, and then we kind of just walked over, wasn't paying attention. She says, my mom left out a couple shovels outside the house if we want to go get them. Thanks, Nug. Love you. He says, if anyone besides me, you, Will, or Blair in the house, tell them get out. She says, I will. It's just me. I'm locking the door. Can you make me food, or you want me to make it? Who is coming in the house? He says, what you want me to make? She says, broccoli steak. It's June 2nd. Nug, where you go? He says. She goes, yeah, we got issues. Don't even try to come back and give me attention. Why? He says. She says, I don't want none of your shite. Don't even text me. He says, Kenzie, I'm trying to be here for my mom. Say whatever you want. And for real, last time you seen everyone here together. She says, you go do that. He says, I don't know why you're so mad. I've never rushed you out of any of your family parties. I don't really have a family. Most of these people been in my life since I was a kid, and I want to be here for my mom. I'd never get mad at you for being there for your mom. She says, it's not even that, but you go ahead and think that. It's okay. Just go to bed early over there. Since you're so tired. He said, what is it then? She said, stop texting me. He says, you're not even telling me what you're mad about. She says, WTF. She says, call me what you want, but you have yet to fix the problem. He says, no problem to fix, as I know of, because you're not telling me, he says. She says, come. You said you won't be long, but you have been long. Bro, she says, you just effed up so bad. It's June 3rd now. You just effed up so bad when you want to actually show that you could be a supportive boyfriend and actually give attention and love, then I will come back over and you can apologize. And C, this is me communicating. You're not going to turn it back on me. This is on you. I tried to tell you that I was not happy, but you're just a D. When you actually want me to be around you, and when you want to actually be a loving boyfriend and chase like anyone would for me, you can talk to me. Like, I really don't think I could be married to somebody who can't do any of these things for me. I'm there for you every single day, and you're just mean to me. You don't give me attention, and you're effing rude. But no, you're just going to find a way to turn this all back right on me and make it my fault when it's literally not my fault at all. So you can just go and F yourself until then, because we have a problem. He says, Kenzie, I gave you the chance to talk to me when you were still here, and then you got mad and left. When you want to have a normal discussion that's not aggressive on your end, let me know. She says, it's not capable for you to have a normal conversation. You just have to find a way to hurt me when I'm just telling you that I don't like something. You find a way to make it my fault and hurt my feelings. You're uncaring, and I'm loving and a terrible boyfriend. You didn't even say good morning to me or talk to me all morning knowing that I was still upset with you. You didn't actually even try to fix the problem last night. You're not all that, and you need to start treating me better or I'm going to leave. And he says, Kenzie, again, you could have talked to me when you were here. And I wasn't trying to hurt you. I was just explaining how I go to places that I don't even want to for you. All I asked is maybe you should try to find something on the menu that you could eat. It is the only other all organic and non-GMO restaurant in Cleveland, but Then you had to be rude and go on and on about how disgusting it is. So yes, you were rude first. And I wasn't even trying to be rude. I just said, okay, I go to town hall every week. Least you can do is just consider going to Core Life, or you don't even have to consider. You just don't have to be rude about it. And I talked to you briefly about the problem you were talking about, but you have so much of a problem and you're not telling me. I love you, Kenzie. I'm sure we can work this out. Come talk to me later. She said, it's only going to work out if you're willing to. He says, Kenzie, I've been willing to work out. You wouldn't talk to me or tell me the problem. She says, no, you're not, because you either just called me a hypocrite or you blame everything on me. So no, that's not how it's going to work. He says, Kenzie, you asked me something and I explained, and I wasn't trying to blame it all on you, but in all honesty, you started the fight right then. You were aggressive the whole time. I'm not trying to blame anything. I tell you exactly how it is. I'm an open book. She says, let's just start off with yesterday. I'm trying to be there for you, and you're just ignoring me, being short with me. But then when Blair gets on the phone, you just start being all talkative and fun, which I'm trying to let slide because you are going through shite. But then we get to your house, and I'm still there for you. And I'm there at your house all day. And I literally just asked you if you could watch a movie with me at night, but that's always too hard for you. All of a sudden, you just want to go to bed early as F and be lame about it. Like, we're not going to be like this forever. Like, we need to watch movies and have fun some nights. And I try to sit and hopefully you were just understand and come back with me. But no, you decide to just stay there for hella long. And when you come back, you don't even try to give attention. You just make it so much worse. And then you let me go to bed mad. Like you wonder why I slept on the couch because I obviously have a problem, but you didn't even try to think about that. Then in the morning, you don't even say good morning or give me a hug. You just continue to make it worse, like, no. Yeah, but you're scratch everything I said because it's probably not a big deal to you because you like to tell me all my problems aren't a big deal or it's my fault. He says, Kenzie, last 2 days were about my mom and Nico. It can't be about you every day. I don't even make it about me ever. The only thing I get to do that I wanted to do is work, read, and work out, and sometimes shoot the basketball. I make everything about you. We eat what you want for dinner 99 out of 100 times. We do what you want to do every night 99 out of 100 times. But that one time out of 100, when something tragic happens, it can be about someone else. I know you want to watch movies. I do too. But I can't be a regular. I'm a do big things. We need to find the times together when we want to do things. Like even right now, I'm late as F to all my shite now because I just been texting you when you could have just talked to me while you were in front of me. In my eyes are effed up too because you know I have to text everybody and no one can call me. Like, I'm mad for real. Like, don't start a big fight and not tell me why you're mad and be rude to me about something you shouldn't be rude to me about, and then try to make me seem like the problem. And I've told you, I've asked you probably hundreds of times now that I'm not texting you. Keep making me text you. You are very inconsiderate of my eyes. So yeah, I'm mad. You're only thinking of yourself, not thinking of my mom or me. Kenzie says, do you hear yourself? She says, there's you blaming me right there. You wonder why I don't say anything. Dom says, yes, Kenzie, I'm mad at you now. I've asked you 1,000,000 times to not text about fight and talk to me in person, or at the minimum call me, but you can't. You don't care that my vision is declining at all. She says, when did I say that? Like you're delusional. You could have just been nice to me. This would have never happened in the first place, and I could have been over right now. Oopsie. Or you could have called me, she said. Dom says, I said this right at the beginning. I said, I'm not texting, but you text me paragraphs. And no, you were mean. First, I told you facts, then you got mad and left. This would have never happened if you weren't mean. I think that's what it means. She says, there you are trying to make this about me. She says, don't tell me that you love me. Do you want to work this out? If you're not going to work it out, like, I will just stay here all day then, I guess. He says, Kenzie, you're not working it out at all. At this point, you were rude to me, then told me I was rude, and then got mad at me when I was just being honest with you, then left and started text fight with me. It's honestly not me making it about you. It's you trying to make it about me. She says, all you have to do is show that you're going to change and be better and apologize, but that's really hard for you to do. Then again, me telling you you have to do any of that doesn't make it special and doesn't help anything. He says, Kenzie, I'm really not the one who needs changing. You need changing. You can, at all these situations, all wrong. She says, don't say you love me and you want to work this out. Stop lying to yourself and stop texting me, I guess. Dom says, I do want to work this out, but at this point, I'm just mad. I was so patient the whole time, and it's just been a waste of time. You need to change because my fuse running short. She says, no, I told you this is on you, which is why I didn't even want to explain myself in the beginning, because you always do this. Like, what the F? Lies per usual. He says, yeah, Kenzie, that was when we first started having this discussion. You were supposed to come talk to me, not text me for an hour. She says, you didn't tell me to come over and talk to you. And that wouldn't have changed her, helped, or I think she means, or helped either way, because you would have just gotten mad and made it worse. Your communication skills suck and you do not make me feel loved. I'm going to the graduation. He says, I'm only getting mad at this point because you keep choosing to text me. She says, what the F? He says, and I did tell you to come talk to me. And he says, and I told you to talk to me when you were still in the driveway. She says, okay, we have issues. Do not text me. Why? He says. He says, do you want to get a hotel at Cedar Point? Will wants us to go. We don't have to get a hotel. We can just go hang out. Sure, she says. I want to go to fight night. Danny is fighting tonight. Want me to get dropped off at your house? Yes or no? I need water, she says. Danny who? He says. Yeah, you can. She says, I'm joking. My sister, LOL, on the way. He says, LOL, I'm home. He says, we got to go to this shite right when it starts, then dip early because it's definitely going to get popped. She says, we're going to get Karina. It's not. He says, dang, we got to walk. Is it same house? She says, come now. We need to talk. We need to talk. We need to talk. We need to talk. He says, question mark. She says, read. He says, yeah, I did. Explain. She says, I'm waiting for Blair to leave and get his computer and money. WTF, 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 WTF. He says, what? She says, WTF. He said, explain, question marks. She says, I will go home or just leave. The F. WTF. You making me mad AF. Bro, you get 5 minutes or I'm leaving. Dom says, or what? She says, I'll wait. He says, can you pull up to just Bella drop Scott something? She says, sure. Now it's 6:04. What do I need to do? He says, the kid has leukemia. Whose? Oh, those ladies, she says. I feel so bad. He says, I miss you, Nug. How is Barbizon? Barbizon, is that still in business? Barbizon? Oh my gosh, that was the commercials when I was a kid. Barbizon. She says, it's going good. I'm eating lunch now. A lot of people that were here the first day aren't here. Is that where she was with the 10-year-olds? That's good, he says. You think they're going a different day? She says, I don't know. There's also new people. He says, yeah, everyone probably go different days. She says, no. Pesto, I want it. Can you make me pesto? Please, I'm so hungry. He says, yeah, we need to go to Whole Foods. When you coming back? She says, 5:30. She says, I'll be on the way home. Dom says, oh, okay. She says, I thought you were just going, not bringing him in. I don't want him here. Bro, WTF. Dom, bro, answer now, now. I'll for real leave right now. She's emphasizing everything she said. What the F? Where are you? No, why are you? RSET replying. WTF? He said, let us smack RW. I'll tell him leave. She says, yeah, I'm annoyed with you. I don't even care. Now I'm up. Maybe try thinking next time. Yeah, I'm annoyed AF. You always think about yourself sometimes. He says, Kenzie, I ain't know you were sleeping. I was trying to score some free food real quick. She says, I can hear y'all from here. How did you not know I was sleeping? Like, WTF. I was obviously sleeping. Like, why the F he yelling? I don't give an F. Rude. Yeah, I'm mad at you. He says, I went outside now. I had to vacuum something up. She says, go cuddle him. He says, okay, LOL. She says, yeah, I'll go home. He says, LOL, it was a joke. She goes, so I would stop. She says, am I laughing? Y'all annoying as F. Like I thought he was leaving. But no, now you need more Blair time. Gay as F. He said, nah, he's just here for a second. Waiting to see if we got full refund. She says, can I buy that Skims dress? Yes, he says. She says, want to watch a movie? He says, yes. She says, Noogum? He says, you're welcome, Noogum. She says, we got free shots from the manager. They want me to come to Barely. Should I go? Let me know. They have a section. Let me know, babe. They want me to come. Noog? You decide, he says. Dom, you tell me. I want to go. Let me know. Noog? Come to Barely. I'm with Grace at her house. They want to go at 12. Come. He says, I'm cool. She says, why? Come. Please come. He says, because I ain't trying to do that. Not even finna be fun. It will. With me. Please, Nug. He says, I'd rather just get up in the morning, work out, stay on my grind. I can do that on the weekend. He says, I don't know. What's this emoji? Is it just a question mark? She says, LOL. Come. She says, for your baby girl, I have your ID though. I wish I had my lashes. He says, no, babe, you can go though. Please, for your baby, she says. He says, just be careful, you downtown late. She says, for your little noog, I'm going to be with Grace, Shelby, and Keely. He says, no, babe, I don't want to go. I'm probably going to bed soon. I think we might go this week and for an Ashish's birthday. She says, babe, please, babe, answer me. He says, babe, no. She says, want to bring me my lashes and the lab glue, lash? He says, I'm not changing my mind, babe. She says, maybe, please, Noog, answer me. He says, no, babe. Not even my lashes, she says. Why are you being mean? I need you to answer me. He says, babe, I'm going to bed soon. I'm not going to drive all the way out there and get your lashes. Do I gotta leave? Door unlocked, he says. She says, yes. Leave the door unlocked. I might come home. If I get uncomfortable, I get nervous sleeping at other people's house. You know that. He says, oh, you sleeping there? Well, I'ma lock doors then. I ain't leaving them open all night. She says, no, don't. Because if I come, well, I can just climb in the window. Just leave the window open, LOL. He says, my bedroom window and bathroom window are open. Okay, bet, she says, I'll climb in if I come home. Maybe even the living room, bathroom. She says, be careful. He says, be careful in Cleveland. Don't get in no dumb shite. She says, I'll be with them. They won't get me effed. I'm probably not going to drink hella either. He says, to be honest, they probably would get you in some shite compared to anyone else I know. Nah, she said. She said, maybe Shelby and Keely, not Grace. Grace has my back. He says, yeah, but yeah, be on your P's and Q's. I will, she says. You know I'm on alert, Noog. I love you. Got in, and it's dead. They knew my idea was fake. Are you up? Dom? Should I come home? Let me know. I want to come, but I don't want to climb, babe. He says, I'm up now. Yeah, I knew it was going to be dead. It's Monday. She says, I'm going to come home soon. Is the door unlocked? Question marks. Dude, WTF. I'm up like WTF. Answer now. Is the door unlocked? Answer now. Why are you not answering? Question marks. Answer now. He says, I just tried to answer and call you back. Everyone is sleeping. You can text me back. Why are you not answering? Why are you not? That's all Kenzie. He says, I just texted you back. She says, why the F are you being short and dry? Like, I can just stay here if you're going to be like that. WTF. Why are you being short and dry? I would be answering fast. I would be answering. Dom says, stay there if you want. I got to run places soon. She says, WTF. And are you okay? Like, I know you're not texting me like that. Like, am I still sleeping or don't hung something? So you're a D the whole time I'm at dinner. You don't say you love me back and now you're being a D again. What the F? We about to have problems, she says. I don't know why you're not replying fast either. Dom says, I didn't do anything, Kenzie. She says, dry. I just told you what you did. I would be answering fast, she says. What the F? Did you F Hannah last night or something? Why the F you being a D? 5, 4, 3. He says, bro, nah. What's your deal? She says, is that all you can say? I just told you, like WTF. The real question is, what's your deal? Ignoring me for hella long and then be dry? He says, I got no deal. I'm doing me. She says, then don't have a girlfriend. He says, then break up with me. She says, like, what the F? I'm going to give you one last chance to fix your attitude. So you're a D. The whole time I'm at dinner, you don't say love me back. Now you're being a D again. WTF. He says, like, what's your problem? I ain't answer for 2 minutes. She says, I don't give an F. He says, and I wasn't a D. She says, you ignore me, then you're dry. If that's what I feel and think, you should care, she says. Why are you acting like you don't love me? WTF, you can't even tell me the effing door is unlocked. I don't care if you stay there. I'm leaving soon. He says the door is unlocked. She says, I got no deal. I'm doing me. And she says, okay, that's all you're going to reply to? Nah, we're about to have problems. 5, 4, 3, 2. He says, Kenzie, drinking last night must have got you mad or something. She says, I wasn't. Thanks, though. Where did this F-boy attitude come from? You've got 5 minutes to answer the questions you ignored. I'm so serious. He says, what question? She says, 5 minutes left, 4 left. He says, what question? She says, 4 left, and I can just make that 2 minutes. He says, I don't know what question. She says, maybe if you read what you ignored, like, are you 6? Why the F are you being so slow? And a D, like, did Blair or Hannah sleep over? Yes or no? What one? And then he says, I'm not being a D. You just tripping on me. Neither. She says, both. And he says, actually, Will is here. He about to go take a piss test. She says, are you slept with Will? Aw. He says, LOL. She's emphasizing stuff. She says, yeah, you're not allowed to say you love me anymore. Thanks for proofing you don't give an F about me. He says, you tripping. She says, we got issues. Proof again, she says. That's all you can say. Because you don't care. Clearly, you're just doing me. And that's not what a relationship is. He says, what you want me to say? You just start tripping on me when I ain't answer for 2 minutes. Maybe ask me how my night. Maybe ask me how my night. Now answer fast, be affectionate, and she's saying, maybe ask me how my night. Now answer fast, be affectionate, and tell me you love me back. She says, that's common sense. He says, I love you. She says, I shouldn't have to tell my boyfriend that. No. He says, but I don't care about your night, to be honest. She says, I'm cool on that. Lame arse. I love you now. And there's you showing you don't care. You don't care that this is the first time I went out with my friends, and you don't care. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. He says, yeah, you went out with a bunch of prostitutes. I don't want to know what y'all did. She says, I will dead arse block you if this gay arse attitude continues. She says, like, you will regret talking to me like this. I'm so serious, LOL. Not LOL. He says, I really don't see the problem. Besides not saying I love you back. What? I didn't even notice doing that, he says. She says, I told the problem several times. I don't care, she says. You should just say it. You haven't seen me all night. dude, we about to have issues. Like I would be trying to fix this if I were you, and I don't know why the F you still being dry as F. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. He's letting her get to 1 now. He never used to let her get to 1. Dry arse. Dry, unloving, uncaring. He says, Kenzie, I don't know what you want me to say. Now, sorry I was being mean. She says, and you don't even care. He says, I ain't think I be mean though. She says, all you care about is doing you. Like, then don't have a girlfriend if that's what you're going to do. It's that easy. If you're going to decide you just doing you, then leave me, because that's not how a relationship works. And I know you know that. 5, 4, 3, 2. He says, what do you mean? I can't do me in a relationship? It's us or nothing, she says. And clearly, you don't give an F about me, anything I do. She says, I can do things on my own too. Like, what do you mean? She says, you only care if I just sit on your couch alone all day. You can, but you're not allowed to do me. If you want to do that, you can end this relationship. Unloving, uncaring, and dry, she says. He says, what do you mean? So working out and doing my normal daily shite isn't doing me? No, question marks. I know you're not trying to make this worse for yourself. He says, oh, well, I call that doing me. She says, like maybe you were the one drinking. Like I said about 4 times now, if you want to do me, you can end this relationship. He says, we shouldn't be arguing about what doing me is. She says, I'm sure Hannah won't mind that. He says, I guess I won't say those words. She says, but she was probably over by how you're acting. He says, I'll just say I was reading or something. She says, so break up with me if this is how you're going to act when I go out with friends. He says, nah, I'd never F with Hannah. Could never have feelings for a thought. She says, oh, for real? Why am I not believing that like one bit? He says, once a hoe, show she a thought, I'm gone. She says, love how you can't be defensive and not dry when it comes to that, but you can't show love and caring for me. He says, what do you mean? I always do. She says, no, you actually don't. He says, I paid for your dinner, I bought you a dress, and I let you go to the club with prostitutes. She says, don't chase, dry, unloving, uncaring. He says, if anything, I'm being super caring and easy and loving. She says, I didn't buy the dress. No, you're not. Maybe if you took the quick second to read, but I know it's hard for you to take in multiple questions at once. Like, for real, I'm about to just go home and not even come to your house. You're acting disgusting. This is not the Dom I know. He says, you're overreacting, Kenzie. I ain't really doing shite. She says, actually, I told you what you're done multiple times. Not sure how many more times I have to explain to get it through your head. POS. He says, yeah, you saying I'm doing shite, but I really ain't doing shite. You just mad. I didn't answer door 2 minutes. She says, I'm gonna give you 1 minute to fix this. He says, what is there to fix? How am I supposed to fix this? She says, use your just doing me head. See, I have my thing here. I can't believe that goes from 100%. How long have we been on? It's crazy how, isn't it? How that much this uses up the battery? Okay. Use your just doing me head, she says. He says, see, you're being mean. She says, now I am. He says, you were mean before too, saying I'm effing dudes and shite. She says, I say one mean thing after you were a D for 39 minutes. You're acting like you do. He says, nah, I wasn't a D. She says, no man treats his girlfriend he loves like this. She says, if I think you were being a D, then you should care and try to fix this. But clearly you do not care at all, and you only care about doing me. Let me see. He says, nah, I'm texting you this whole time instead of doing anything. He said, I could just go, do not disturb and keep doing my shite. She says, you just effed up. I wouldn't do that if I were you. He said, I'm not saying I am. I'm saying if I really didn't care, I could. She says, unloving, uncaring, dry. You just effed up. See, you see? Soon. He says, if you going to be on some BS, I ain't gonna let you in. She said, you are letting me in, but thanks. Unloving, uncaring, dry. But you don't care how I feel because I think you're right. You think you're right. You should care that I feel that way and try to fix it. But once again, you only care about what you think. And if that's what you think, then leave me because I'm not going to be with someone who makes me feel unloved and like shite. He says, leave me then. Go chill with dudes in your section. She says, is that what you want? So you're saying you would rather me leave than give any effort to make me feel loved and cared for? Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying? He says, to be honest, if you're going to chill with prostitutes all the time, then yeah, I probably won't give no effort, but I do give effort. She says, is that what you're saying? She says, I'm going to give you one last chance. He said, I said what I said. I give effort, but I ain't if you're going to chill with prostitutes all the time. She said, I would get out fast. He said, I'm about to get in. She says, oh, then I would get out now and talk. He said, I love you, Kenzie. Sorry I was being mean to you. She says, what massage are you booking me then? He said, I'm your boyfriend, not your slave. She said, you can book it tonight since you would rather other people touch me instead of you. Real boyfriends and people who actually care would do it. But I guess you're doing me. He says, Kenzie, I wanted to go to bed at 10. I agreed to stay up to watch the show, not rub your butt. No, I'm going to sleep. She says, I didn't want to watch another episode. You decided to. You're going to regret being unloving and making me sleep out here. He said, I feel bad, but I'm not going to let you force me to do things I don't want to do to earn your love. Come, I'll rub your butt tomorrow. Love you, Nug. Come. She says, cheap, giving no effort and being how you are and see how this relationship goes. Keep, she says. Kenzie, he says, you give no effort. You give nothing to this relationship. You driving us to the bottom. She says, you give nothing. Stop trying to make it more when I'm telling you how I feel. He says, oh, okay. What do you do for our relationship or even around the house, let's say? Self-worth is way more than having a pretty face and just having a pretty face. You're digging your own funeral, he said. She says, 1, I make the house a home. 2, I do the dishes. 3, I clean the kitchen when you cook. 4, I made you a better and somewhat loyal person. 5, I showed you spiritually. Love is more than just buying me stuff, she says. You give no compliments, no love, no effort, no caring. He says, last I checked, I clean more than you, I cook, and I make all the money. You just drive me to the bottom. She says, then leave me. because all I ask for is love and caring behavior. He says, you're not being strong, pushing me to the top. She says, but you can't give that. He says, you're holding me down right now. She says, then leave me. Last time I asked if you read before you smoked, you got mad at me. So I'm not going to say anything, she says. He says, yeah. Then my dog just died, and you were the one keeping me in bed an extra hour that morning when I wanted to get up and read. Pick your poison and dig your funeral. I'm going to the top, no matter who with me or not. You can drive and be strong and support me, or you can go. Because I can't stand to be like these regular people. I will never be like these regular people. You want a regular who's going to slave over you? Go get one, because I'm not a regular. I'm going to be great. Bro, we'll just get a year in jail. Leave me if you're not going to care about the little things. It'll take 2 seconds to do something for someone. You know I care about what you do and I manifest for you, but you don't want to see that. So cuddling is bad. Taking an extra hour to give me love is bad. Cool. Good to know if you don't value me at all. All you care about is yourself, she said. He said, cuddle me at night before we go to bed. Don't hold up my day. He says, what I'm doing is for the both of us. You live like a queen. You don't want to be rich as F and never have to work again, then leave me. I'm trying to get on my grind, and I haven't because of you. You're giving me shite because I'm not giving you my time. Like, nah, this is all for our future. I'm going to start getting up at 5 a.m. every day, go ham, get smart as F, and be an effing billionaire. You want to be a regular, live check to check? Go do it. Your parents will show you how. I got the blueprint to be an effing boss. Now, you with me or you out? No in between. I don't give an F. Did you just diss my family? She says. I would answer fast. He said, no, I didn't. She says, because there's about to be a problem and I'll show her what you said. What the F? Want me to diss your family? I can do that right now. Don't talk about my family. He says, you diss my family all the time. I don't, she says. He says, you're trying to make it about that? She says, it is about that now. He says, because you know I'm right. She says, because you said that for no reason. She says, so you did just diss my family. He said, I ain't diss shite. Everything I said was factual. She said, I'm going to show her what you said. Thanks. He said, okay, do whatever you want. I'll tell my family stuff you say about them too. She says, you don't know anything about my effing family. You're not even here half the time. Just because she says she can't afford something doesn't mean she doesn't have it. You need to F out of my family's financial situation. Are you really trying to ruin the relationship between you and my family or something? Why the F are you just spewing negativity? I wasn't trapping you that morning. I thought we were having a moment and you wanted to be with me. If I knew that you were being weird as F and I didn't even want to cuddle me, you think I would have, hold on a minute. You think I would have wanted to cuddle you? What the F? You could have just got up and left like you always do. He says, I don't give an F. You're just doing this because you know I'm right. She says, right about what? She says, this isn't about who's right and wrong. It's about making a decision together. But clearly, you're not capable of that. He says, if you were understood, you'd know I ain't talking about finances. Decision for what? Get the F. I think it's just out. You on some BS, he says. She says, you're the one who said living to paycheck, ask your parents. That's kind of sounding like finance. Clearly something is going on mentally for you. So when you figure that out, Maybe we can talk. You're acting out of character. He says, I ain't trying to work 70% of my life like 99% of the people. Is that fact or fiction? Fact. She says, I honestly don't give a single F. I don't even know why you're talking about you literally sound mentally ill right now. I don't know where this terrible, unloving attitude is coming from. Obviously, I know you don't want to work, and I know you don't want to work your whole life. So where is this coming from? He said, you're holding me back tonight, right now. She says, you're trying to diss everybody in my life for whatever reason. He says, if you don't notice, we live in Cleveland. She says, how am I holding you back? He said, almost everyone I know is a effing bum. She says, please give me multiple reasons. He said, no, that's just wasting my time and holding me back more. I'm done with this conversation. I'm gonna go get shite done. She says, you keep trying to say that, yet you can't give me a single reason. If you want me to stop holding you back, you're gonna have to tell me what I'm doing so I can stop that. He says, do you not strong and supporting me? You're weak and drive me to the bottom. You're fighting over dumb shite. Weak, he says. She says, you think I'm weak? I stayed with a manipulative cheater for effing half of our relationship. You think I'm effing weak? You're effing repulsive. I cannot believe you just said that to me, she says. He says, you hanging with people that ain't going nowhere in life. Weak. She says, not one time in this conversation have I attacked you. Yeah, that's all you've done to me is attack me and my family. I don't have to do any of these sales for you. I don't have to get you on a healthy diet. I don't have to compost and grow a garden for you. He says, who's cooking all the food? You grow what? Nothing I cook with besides basil, which I only make pesto for you. I don't even eat it. She says, are you dissing my garden now? He says, sounds like all that's for you. She says, the garden isn't even done growing. So I don't know why the F you're dissing it. She says, stop talking to me if you have issues. He says, I'm not. I'm just saying. She says, I don't do anything to you, and this is not how you talk to people you claim you love so much. I want to be with you for the rest of my life. He says, the garden is for you, not me. Nah, you treat me like shite. I can't even go to bed. You get mad because I don't want to rub your arse. Like, nah, I'm not your slave to you. I already a slave to money, like 99% of the population. Like, for real, you're driving us to the bottom. I'm done with this. You want to be strong and do shite, you can be with me. You want to drive me to the bottom and chill with lowlifes, you can go, respectfully, because I ain't going there. She says, stop texting me. You're a mess. If you don't want to be with me, break up with me. You have an unhealthy relationship with money, she says. What do you mean I do? He says, look at our families. Your mom can't answer the phone half the time. Our whole society is taught the wrong way. I'm just smart. And I spent last year chasing you around. She says, excuse me, Mr. Fancy? He says, getting nowhere in life. No, I'm chasing my future. She says, if you think you're getting nowhere with me, then please break up with me so I can find somebody who loves and cherishes me and wants to be around me and wants to snuggle me. Please leave me before I waste more of my life with you, because this is not the Dom I know. This is actually disgusting, and you are hurting me, and you know you are. He says, nah, you are hurting me and wasting my time. She says, you still haven't told me how. And he says, oh, I can't rub your arse when I'm tired and staying up to watch TV with you. So now there is a problem, and we shut off the show, and you're not going to talk to me for the rest of the night and morning. And now say, I love you back. Sounds like you're holding your love from me. Toxic. I'm effing mad now, he says. She says, okay, go be mad alone then. He says, yeah, okay. I don't love you because I don't want to slave over you and massage you every day. Like, F out of here. Go be with a tool. Who gonna be a effing biatch? She says, if you think you're doing nice things for me or being a slave, then you have a very effed up concept of love. He says, guarantee I'll slap it out of your next boyfriend with $100K and make him cry. She says, I'm done answering you. All you're doing is trying to hurt my feelings. He says, shite, I'll go be mad in a Mercedes, not a effing Buick. She says, I don't know who you are right now. I'm done talking to you. He says, no, Kenzie, I'll do nice things for you on my own time. Not when I'm trying to sleep, especially not when I'm trying to get on my grind and make it out. In 2020, I was getting up at 4 a.m., reading, studying every day, making effing racks off stocks and crypto. I'm a study and put all my time to that so I can relax and do nice shite for you. But you'll never understand because you're not me, and you're never going to go as hard as me. I'm going to put my whole family on my back and effing walk the Red Sea. I don't know. Watch me. Watch me. I guess you ain't want to follow. You know, Kenzie, I know I'm being hard on you, and I do feel bad, but I stand by everything I say. I'm going to be a effing boss. You can stay down till I come up, or you can dip. It's your choice. Because all this shite wasting my time and holding me back, like factual main thing on my mind is money. You knocking me off my grind lately, and I'm done letting you. She says, how is us talking, the quality of our relationship and how to improve it a waste of time? I don't know what's happening in your life right now to make you act this way, but I want to be with somebody who values me and doesn't think I'm weak and a waste of time. Figure out what you want in your life or not, because I'm done. I support you when I'm there for you all the time, but whatever. He says, you hang out with some friends who are going nowhere in life. That's weak. You start problems with me because I'm putting my grind first this week. She says, I am allowed to hang out with whoever the F I want. He says, you let me put my grind first. She says, you're not the up and up either with your job choice, and nobody judges you. He says, and make a better life for us. She says, maybe if I had some effing friends, then I wouldn't be trying to get attention from you all the time. But no, you don't want me to have any. He says, then you get your time. This is how my life is going to go till I'm rich. Get up as early as possible and then effing grind. Then after everything else comes. She says there are many people that have a work-life balance that are rich. He said, not that are 20. Go find that with a 30-year-old then. She says, you're wrong. She says, if that's how you want to go, be single and alone. He says, who's 20 that I know personally out here making racks? No one. She says, legally or illegally. He says, if you do, they're spending most of their time working. Doesn't matter, he said. I make hella racks off stocks and crypto too. She said, like I said, I'm done texting you. You are just being mean to me and trying to hurt my feelings. Hurt. He says, who do you know? She says, there are 20-year-old millionaires that have successful relationships. He says, I want to know. Yeah, that were born into a family to set them up. She said, do you really think you're the only one? He says, I'm going from scratch. Who do you know personally? Let me know. She says, stop effing texting me. You're wasting my life and spreading negativity. He says, let me know. She says, you're an effing mess. He says, who you know? She says, break up with me or be nice to me. He says, who do you know? That's 20 and is a millionaire. Exactly. You don't know anyone personally. Okay, Kenzie, if you're going to bring me down, I'll gladly be alone and achieve my goals 4 times as fast. Then I'll be free rest of my life to do whatever, he says. You understand where I'm going with this? Grind now, chill later. Pretty simple, like for real, wasting all this time texting you. All you gotta get is that. Grind now, chill later, and be the boss. You don't know what it takes to make it. I'm in my position because I put in mad effing work. We're going to have a talk later. If you can't be with my program, we done. I'm so serious, he says. And this is June 8th. Okay. I think it's about to be June 9th. He says, I'm going to tell you what's good. You want to go nowhere in life. We done. And he says he swears. What time you want to talk? You better answer ASAP or I'm just fine to break up with you. 2 p.m., he says, let me know. That's how long I'm giving you. Don't respond, we done. She says, we can talk. No, so it's okay. It's 1 p.m. on June 8th. We can talk as soon as you disrespect me. I'm leaving your house, though. At this point, I don't care. You called me a thought, disposable, and many other things in the last couple of weeks. I'm done being treated like this. I do not deserve any of this. He says, I am only going to spit facts. Nothing I say going to be disrespectful, only facts. She says, and if any of those facts are disrespectful, I'm leaving. He says, you don't want to hear and accept it, then we done. He says, I don't care. I'm so serious. She says, if I'm that disposable to you, then I'd rather you just break up with me now. I don't think you're in the right mindset to have a conversation. He says, I'm laying the lines. I'm about to get my grind on. I'm going to be a boss. She says it's going to be a compromise, just like any normal relationship is really. He says, you can be with me or go. She says, I don't think bosses disrespect their girlfriends and treat them like shite. He says, because for real, I'm not going to watch this go to shite. He says, it would be worse. She says, it's already gone to shite with your attitude. He said, I'd rather go on. We had something good. She said, when Dom is home, let me know. He said, the real Dom is home. She said, the real Dom would never hurt me. He says, I don't want to hurt you. We go on different paths if so. She says, if you don't want to, why do you keep doing it over and over? Figure it out now. I'm not doing this BS. He says, I'm not trying to hurt you. Ain't with me. I'm not trying to hurt you. If you ain't with me, then we're going separate ways. She says, if I'm that disposable, then just end the relationship with me now. Clearly money is ruining your heart. He says, nah, if you was, I dumped you. She says, just get it over with. He says, so you don't want to hear what's good? You want me just to dump you? She says, I don't think you can talk to me respectfully, and I don't think you're going to change and start making me feel loved and chasing. Yes or no answer, yes or no question, he said. She says, so is that you saying you can't do any of those things that I just said? I will talk if you can talk to me respectfully and start making me feel loved and chase when I need to be chased. She said, so I'm just going to take that as a no. I would answer now. He said, I am not going to chase you. That is toxic. And you will make it more toxic. She says, that is not toxic to chase. I chase you and you chase me. That's our normal relationship should be. You should act like you still have to get me every single day. He said, no, Kenzie, that isn't how it goes. She says, that is how a relationship works. She says, when I tell you I'm mad at you and I'm going to leave, you're supposed to chase me and tell me you love me and you want me to stay. He says, no, that's toxic. That's push and pull. We have failed about this. We have talked about this. She says, no, that is not toxic. She says, so what am I hearing from this conversation is this isn't going to work. He said, I will not do that toxic shite. It doesn't have to be a toxic to be a relationship. Kenzie says, this isn't toxic to chase. That's showing you love and you care. And she says, if you love somebody, you do things that you might not want to do for them to show them that you love them. Then she says, just like if I was half asleep when you asked me to massage you and rub your back, I would do it because I love you and I want to show you that I love you. He says, no, Kenzie, chasing is toxic. It's controlling and push and pull. She said, it's not. Remember, you don't even know how real love is. You tell me that all the time. He says, okay, I'm done with this. She says, do you know what else is toxic? I'm going to tell you what you got to do to be with me or we're done, he says. She says, you're trying to tell me how it's going to be, and what you just said is toxic. He said, okay, you're being childish at this point and wasting my time. Look, if you want to be with me, you're not going to waste my time with childish shite and childish fights. She says, I'm not being childish. I'm telling you exactly how I feel, and it's not childish. He says, you're not going to chill with a bunch of lowlifes. Excuse me. She says, you can stop calling me names and saying I'm wasting your time, because if you're not going to try to figure it out and come to an agreement, then this isn't going to work. And he says, and you're going to support what I do. She says, I'm going to chill with whoever I want. That is toxic to try to control who I'm friends with. He says, you can't do any of those. We're done. He said, well, no, it's a proven fact. She says, I already support what you do. He said, you are who you chill with. She says, no, it's not a proven fact. It's only true if you let it be true. I am my own person and nobody is like me. If my friends invite me out, I'm going to go out with them and have fun, because you never want to have fun with me and I'm allowed to have other people other than you. He says, okay, Kenzie, well, this is what I'm telling you. She says, I manifest for you. I listen to your music. What more do you want from me? I support your every move, unless it's against me. He says, this fact is proven. You hang out with lowlifes. She says, it's only true if you let it be true. He says, you gonna be one. End of discussion. She says, they are not lowlifes either. And then she says, I'm not going to let you control who I'm friends with. That is abusive and controlling. If I'm not allowed to hang out with any of them, then you're not allowed to hang out with Blair ever. He says, okay, Kenzie. Well, I don't want to be associated with lowlifes and be with one. She says, then don't. And I'm not a lowlife. And if you think that, then in the, it didn't make sense. He says, so we are done then if you choose that. She says, one more disrespectful thing that comes out of your mouth, I'm going to block you. He says, Kenzie, I already try not to talk to Blair. I have been ignoring him. He's the only one who's going to help and shite, though, with my basement floors. Real talk. He's the real one for that. But yeah, I don't care. I'll never talk to him in a heartbeat if I think he's going to be nothing. You hang with a bunch of nobodies. I'm breaking up with you. She says, you have no room to judge somebody on what they do. He says, end of discussion. You're not changing my mind. She says, you do not get to control who I am friends with. You are not allowed to judge me. He said, if four of your friends are thoughts. She says, you know what kind of person I am, and you know that I'm not like that. He said, then you're going to be the fifth thought. It's a fact. Go hang out with them all the time and see. She said, so if I hang out with transgender people, that makes me transgender? Kinda, yeah, he says. If I only chill with gay dudes, I probably end up gay. She says, WTF? He says, if I only chilled with dope boys, I'm a sell dope. She says, you are being very ugly right now. Your personality is disgusting me. He says, if I only chilled with hoopers, I'm a play basketball. She says, you chill with criminals. He said, to be honest, that's factual. She says, so does that make you a criminal? He says, yes, actually, look who I chill with and look at me. She says, you can't even go to bed at night comfortably, and you would rather me get pulled over with stuff in my trunk than you have it in your house. He says, okay, Kenzie, so we broken up, or can you do what I asked? She says, well, first of all, I'm not going to stop being with my friends, with any of my friends, because they are good to me. Then we done, he says. She says, and second of all, I'm not going to be with somebody who treats me like this and talks to me like this. I'm some sort of little biatch. We are equal. Why would I want to be with someone who calls me weak? She says, after 4 years of being together, you call me weak? He says, tell yourself whatever. I'm not going to let my girlfriend turn into some little thought because all her friends are. I'm going to break up with you, or I'm going to tell you what's up because they're not good for you. Factual. So for real, we done now? Because I'm about to break up with you if you choose that over me. If you choose that's over me. She says, this is not you. Whenever someone makes me choose, I'm going to pick the other person. If I stayed with you, you probably would have started abusing me. He said, I would never abuse you. She says, don't lie to yourself. He said, I would never. I broke up with you for better of both of us. She says, you're mentally abusive. He said, no, Kenzie, just because I don't want you to start doing something again doesn't mean I'm mentally abusive. He says, I love you. I would hate to see you turn into that again. What you were then was not okay. I'm about to block you. Are you sure? She says, do whatever you want. You're choosing to leave the person that held it down for you longer than anybody else. He said, yeah, I love you, but last time you started hanging with her, you literally let her sell your body to that random dude. So I can't love a girl like that who's going to associate with girls like that. She says, do you think you love me? You'll probably just have an attachment to me. You think you love me, she says. Nobody who loves me would ever talk to me or treat me the way you have treated me this last week. If you knew the strong, independent leader I am, you would know that's not something I'm interested in doing, but clearly you don't care. All you care about is yourself. He said, but you already did it though. She said, you claim that you don't ever try to hurt me, but you hurt me every single day, and you just make it worse every single time. And he says she hooked up with the dude. Let's see. She says we were broken up and it was just my feet. Do you think about it more than I think about it? Grace knows I'm not interested in any of that stuff, but clearly you can't understand it. He says, whenever you chill with her, that's what I remember, her pimping you. She says, I need girlfriends to do girly things with me, like pedicures and roller skating. She does not tempt me. She does not try. She just tries to have fun with me. She's the only person who's ever there for me and tells me how it is. She's never made me choose. She influenced you, Dom says. Oops. To let a dude F your feet? She says, I'm not going to be manipulated by a man. It's childish for you to think you can just treat a human being like this. He says, no, you got manipulated by her. She pimped you. She says, the reason our relationship working is because of you. Isn't working, she says. He said, to F dudes. She says, I shouldn't be the one chasing you. I will never effing anyone for money, and you know that. He says, Kenzie, there shouldn't be any chasing, but you already did. She says, stop trying to make these false scenarios in your head. He said, you did F someone for money, though, and twerked on his face. She says, no, I never did. I don't know where you're getting that information from. He said, yes, you did. She said, no, I didn't. What the F? He said, he F'd your feet. She says, it was just my feet. He says, and you told me you twerked on his face. She said, no, I did not do that. I can't do that. What the F is wrong with you? She says, and that was so long ago when we were broken up in the first place. He said, you did something like that. I remember you telling me it don't matter. She said, you actually cheated on me after that situation happened recently, about a month ago. You don't see me holding you accountable for that. What, is she kidding? She only rubbed that in his face 1,050 times. I did that because you were leading dudes on in your Insta comments, he says. I did that to piss you off. She says, no, I was not. I like to comment and a photo. He says, yeah. She says, if that's leading and then you need some mental help. He said, an old photo, don't act like I don't know. She says, no, that was not an old photo. He says, yes, it was. I remember. She says, I told you what that was already, but you don't want to believe that. He says, when it supposedly had hashtags. She said, stop trying to make me seem like some sort of cheater when you are the real cheater. But he says, but didn't have any on there. I'm not. She says, I showed you the post show up when they have keywords in the hashtag. He said, you committed prostitution. Not even a year. She says, I showed you posts and hashtags that don't have hashtags. Stop trying to make me seem. He said, everything I did, I broke up with you. She said, just stop texting me if you're not going to figure this out. He said, and it was 3 years ago. She says, it doesn't matter. You cheated 1 month ago. Once a cheater, always a cheater. He said, once a prostitute, always a prostitute, I guess then. She says, no, you're very wrong. I never was. He said, yes, you were. She said, just block me if you're going to keep trying to manipulate me. He says, you asked me multiple times to do that shite, and as soon as we broke up, you ran off and became a prostitute. She says, because I don't personally think it's bad, but if you do and we're together, then I'm not going to do it. It's funny. You're one of those men who think they can control what women do with their bodies. He said, like, for real, at least everything I've done, I could say to everyone. I don't think you could tell everyone, excuse me. I don't think you could tell everyone you let a weirdo F your feet. He says, no, Kenzie, I don't. I'm saying if you're going to chill with thoughts, I'm breaking up with you because you're going to end up selling your body again. She says, so you were just tell everybody how you cheated on me and F with my best friend without a condom? He says, like, for real, I could tell my mom, yeah, I effed up and cheated on Kenzie. She says, would you tell her the details? He says, you could never tell your family you're a prostitute. She says, because it's only my business and it's not prostitution. She says, that's what I thought. I would never tell her any of the details. Oh my gosh, this stupid thing here. She said, that's what I thought. You would never tell her any of the details. What would you tell your mom? You sell coke? Yeah, it was. You did S-acts for money. Would you tell your mom you and Angelo take perks? She said. He said, yeah, if I did, I could tell her. She says, I don't think you look so I wouldn't be saying that. He said, that's more respectful than selling your body to weirdos. Like, I'm sorry, I'd rather have my mom tell me she did perks every day. She says, you make people overdose and become drug addicts. He said, then tell me she was a working woman. Let's just call her that now. You make people lose their life. He says, I don't sell drugs. She says, yes, you do. LMAO. That's what's in the one room you want me to say it over text message? Blocked, he says. Snitch and a working woman. I can't believe you, he says. No, I'm not. What the actual F? She says, you're coming for me, so I'm coming for you. I am not a snitch and I am not a working woman. She says, you treat the people you claim to love and want to be with forever terrible. Your house is about to become very lonely. He says, Kenzie, you're going down the wrong road. I'm trying to help you, but okay. Goodbye. She says, no, you're not. He says, I love you. She says, you're trying to control me. He says, best of luck. She says, no, you do not. If you loved me, you'd let me be my own person and trust me because I've never cheated on you. Let me know if you're actually ending this right now. Let me know now or I will come. WTF. Now, 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 now. Unblocked me. Yes, I did. I'm done talking. I'm on D&D. Talk to me tomorrow. She said, there's you giving no effort and showing no love. He said, I stand by everything I say still. And not caring that you hurt me. Honestly, this is not going to work. You're already not showing me love and making me feel loved and caring about me after you just said you would. He says, I don't want to talk anymore and I don't want to text because my eyes. Kenzie says, I'll be over at 7 a.m. He said, yes, but you can't even try not to chill with these ladies that sell their bodies. And she said, since you wake up at 5 a.m. now, I'm already chill with them so little. But whatever, they hit you up, you will. So no effort, he says. So yeah, I'm not going to be putting all this effort into this. She says, then what's the point of being together? He says, I still don't want to be with you if you're going to be chilling with them. She says, if you just lied to me, saying you will make me feel loved and cared for. I said I will, he says, but you sent. He says, but you're not giving me effort. I am right now, she says. No, he says. You are not, she says. Just the convo right now. You are still hurting me, she says. My eyes, he says, and trying to hurt me. My eyes, he says. I mean, you could just let me over. Ears, he says. And we can talk in person. Ears? WTF? No, tomorrow, he says. I need to think on this because I don't know if I can be with you if you're just going to chill with ladies that sell their bodies whenever. So then just end it now, she says, because you already called me everything and hurt me like no one else has. Cool. You'll really feel bad eventually, like you always do, and realize what you did and what you're missing. No, you will realize, he said, I do feel bad, and I ain't really call you no names. You did. Not really, though. This is you belittling how I feel. No, I'm saying I didn't really call you names. That's not belittling, of course. I feel bad how you feel, but I was speaking about actions, not people. Are you hungry? She says, yes, I have told you I haven't ate all day. No, I smoked a bowl with the little guy. Is there anything I can do for food for you? I can't do lamb chops because we don't have lemons and I didn't marinate them. Oh, do you mean that bowl your mom got you from the guys at the place? Yeah. So you just asked me if I'm hungry and then nothing, she says. He says, is there anything I can do for you? She says, make me feel loved and care about me and how I feel and not call me weak and other hurtful things. And he says, I do. But I'm asking if you want food right now. I do, she says, but if I don't think that, then you should care and try to fix that. He says, if I don't want you to do something, you should care. Now, let me know what I can do for you for dinner. She says, choosing my friends isn't something you should care about or trying to decide for me. I don't know. What do you have? He says, Giant Eagle closes at 10 if we need anything. Not much. I got leftover tortellini. I know we got those gnocchi, leftover pesto. I don't know if that's still good. He said, could get the rolls and tomato and I make the sandwich, or we could just grab chicken or some and I can make that with rice. She says, we could do chicken and rice or the roll. You pick. Chicken and wild rice? He says, we're going to have to get chicken. She says, I don't think Giant Eagle has good chicken. He says, yeah, and we could look for other rice my mom got. They should. They definitely have a good brand. She says, are you sure? He says, it's not the store. It's the brand. LOL. Call and ask. Should see if we could go out curbside. She says, I would rather go in. He says, you want to go or you need me to come? I want to curbside it for real, but we could go in. She says, can you just get me? Can you just get me? He says, can you get me? I'm cross-eyed. Be here at 9:20. Okay, she says, coming. Here. Question mark. Can we go back? You just effed up. Oh my gosh, this is 6:10 now. Hold on a minute. My thing just blew up here. My hands are asleep. Okay. Now you're going to apologize for that too. How? He says. You keep trying to argue. Then you say that. Sounds like you're the one trying to argue. I'll be waiting for an apology, she said. Actually, I'm leaving in 10 minutes if this isn't fixed. I have that on video. Biatch. Threaten my family again. Leaving in 1 minute, she says. He says, I ain't threatened nobody, Kenzie. She says, I'll be waiting. You did. He says, nah, you still blackmailing me, saying you have shite on video. Snitch. She says, if you as smart as you say you are, you will fix this. I will do worse than blackmail if you do anything to my family. He says, I never would do anything to your family, Kenzie. Your family has never done anything to me. She says, yeah, I'm not believing that. He says, nor even has a reason. She says, you're right. You have only done things to them, like calling them broke and living 9 to 5 and threatening to shoot my dad. If you think you could do anything to them, you slow. Then she says, okay, so I am leaving. So you are saying you're incapable of fixing anything. So you are saying you're incapable of fixing anything, she says. Keeps asking the same question. He says, I never did. You're twisting my words. She says, no, I am not. I don't care. You belittling my feelings. Per usual, he said, no, Kenzie, you're twisting my words. I didn't say that. He says, leave then, if you're going to twist my words. She says, stop typing my name. So you are saying you're incapable of fixing anything. You're incapable of fixing this. He says, Kenzie, you're twisting my words. I literally swore on my mama what I said, and you still think I was saying that shite. I don't want to talk to you if you're twisting my words. Just please leave. You think I believe anything that comes out of your lying mouth? Your apologies mean nothing. Your actions show no change. You are abusive. You threaten my family and badmouth them. You want me to be alone and have no friends? He says, you are manipulated my family. No, Kenzie, I want you to find better friends who aren't going to bring you down. She says, I don't even talk to you about your family, but thanks. Family was a typo. She says, I would love to have some examples. He said, you manipulated me. She said, just like you abused me and forced me to do things. So you're incapable of fixing this? Let me know now. So you're incapable of fixing this? He says, leave my house. I don't feel comfortable with you here. She says, so you're incapable of fixing this? When I leave, we will be done forever, and I will be telling my parents exactly what you said about them. So let me know, she says. You do not care that you hurt me. You know you don't. So you're incapable of fixing this. He says, I do, but you're twisting my words. So I'm not going to talk to you. No, you don't, she says. And you're trying to blackmail me. You know you do not care that you hurt me and say effed up abusive things to me. So until you can prove you're not a snitch or trying to blackmail me, I want you to leave. If you can't care about how I feel, she says, I'm not going to be in a relationship. You have no love for anyone but yourself. Money changed people into evil, abusive people, and you're letting it happen. He says, Kenzie, I can't take you serious until you show me you're not trying to blackmail me or snitch on me. I can't take you serious until you stop threatening my family, she says, abusing me and making me feel loved. But to be honest, I don't think you have any love in your heart. You think I would have gotten back with you if I knew you would treat me like this in 4 years? He says, see, this is why I'm done talking to you. You're twisting my words. Leave. No, she says, you're going to grow up and fix this. Because this is all your fault. Because I tried to communicate that I feel you're being mean. He says, no. She says, but your communication skills are arse. He says, you're twisting my words. She says, and you're abusive. You can't even explain yourself because all you care about is yourself. He says, I'm not talking to you till you cannot twist my words. She says, I'm not leaving. I'll you fix this. He says, no snitching or blackmailing. She says, and if I leave, we are so done and I'll be letting my parents know everything. And you still have to apologize, but I know you can't figure that out because you just think you're so smart. I'm waiting. Keep showing me you don't care about my feelings or this relationship, she says. He says, Kenzie, you can't be trying to snitch on me or twist my words. And then she says, each minute you wait, the more proof shows. She better not be in the driveway. Tell him now. Where you at? Oops, he says. Love you. She says, my mom just pissed me off. This is June 11th now. She is so R-word. What'd she do? He says. She made graduation invites and used bad pictures like WTF. Now I can't even keep any as a keepsake. He says, oh, dang, yeah, she should have asked you. I'm so mad, she said. Where did we go yesterday? I need my phone. Allison's. Giant Eagle. Where could I have left it? Where else did I go? I don't know, she says. I want to say I had it when we got home. You had to have. Try to think for me. This isn't good, he says. She says, I'm trying, but I don't know. He says, let me know if you happen to know anything. She says, I will, and send pics of dinner. I got you. How is your dinner? Good AF, she says. I'm coming home soon. He says, it looks gas. She said, I'll bring fry. Do you want? He says, yeah, I'll take whatever you bring. LOL. Love you. She says, how long till you leave? Let me know. She says, Smokey wants to come inside. He says, I don't know. We all put in food, so it couldn't be too long. She says, oh, y'all haven't even ate? He says, just waiting for it to come out. She says, dang. And then she says, Smokey wants to come inside, and I feel bad for leaving her alone out here. No, Anish was 8 too. Of course he was. He says, I'm just dying in the bathroom right now. Are you okay? Question marks. No. Do you want me to come get you? What's going on? He goes, I don't know what to do. She goes, are you puking? He says, I'm shiting my ass off. She says, oh. He says, I'm about to throw up. She says, want me to come get you? I can come right now. Just let me come. He says, I don't know. She says, let me know because I'm worried. They won't care if you're sick and need to go. Yes, you can come. Okay, send me the address. Morton's, I'm going to take your car. Yes. Morton's? This? Yes. Wait. What? I'm starting to feel better. Let me know. Tell me because I'm in the car. Or just tell Angelo you'll need to leave ASAP. Just wait a second. By the time you get here, we'll be leaving. She says, I'm sitting back down. Let me know if you want me to come. He says, yeah, I'm good now. I'm just not going to eat anything else. She said, do they know you're sick? He said, yeah. She said, okay, I put a water in the fridge for you when you're home, so it'll be cold. We can watch Stranger Things or you can go to bed. Did you puke? He said, I ate bread and I was fine. But then I tried to eat Wagyu meatball and almost threw up. No, I didn't. I hit my pen. That helped a little, I think he means. Okay, good. Dang, I waited out for a second now. I locked out. WTF, where are you? Question mark. Okay, or just ignore me, that's cool. On the phone with Celeste. On the way home. Bet. Let me know when you're home, let me know. Home. You didn't get any pictures with me in my graduation outfit. He says, true, we should have took one when I came back to your house. It's sad. I know, I didn't know. We asked your mom how long we should stay, and she said we could. I'm sad you didn't stay. I know I didn't know, babe. How is canoeing or paddleboarding? It's scary. I'm far as F in the lake. Which lake? In Lodi. It ain't showing where exactly it is. It's in Lodi, Lodi Park. Want to go to Whole Foods and get chips, chops? I'll make potatoes, question mark. He says, I got to marinate them though. She says, can you go right now? I'm on the way home. Dom says, I don't want to make those tonight. Could we make something else? She says, want to make potatoes? Allison's is closed. He says, we can definitely do potatoes. We have red skin. She says, I know, I want them. We need more than just that, though. He says, I know. He says, I'm trying to think of something. She says, what do you have in mind? She says, we can do steaks or Heinen's. He says, I'll get you a steak and I'll just eat my leftover steak. Nah, she says, why can't we both eat steak? He says, no, it's fine. Why, she says. He says, because then mine will go to waste, my leftover one. I'd rather eat that first. She says, okay, well, want to go get a steak? And I'm a shower then, come? He says, I don't want that much steak, you know. Why? She says, want to go get steak right now so we can make food ASAP? You can't go get the steak, he says, and watch Stranger Things, she says. I'm going to shower. I said that, just said that, question mark. Okay, I guess we'll just make potatoes. No wonder you're being weird. WTF, good, no effort. He says, I mean, I don't really want to go to Heinen's just to get a steak, but I'll go in a little. She says, it's okay. Give the effort to Blair since you love him so much. LOL, he says. She says, did you get it? I just got out of the shower, so you had a ton of time. Why haven't you texted me? He said, texting a million people, my new telegram. What's up with you? She said, did you find the phone? Nope, he said. WTF, she says. He says, I know, right? WTF. When everywhere too. She says, it has to be somewhere. Oh, that's bright. Why are you not texting me? He says, what do you mean? I was just texting you. You stopped, she said. He says, yeah. I ain't think there was nothing else to say. When are you coming back? She says, I don't know. I want to come back now. He says, where are you at? She says, Chippewa Lake. He says, I've been looking at houses in different countries. They got houses in Brazil for $500. I would go, she said. LOL, nah. Why? She says, you don't want to go. Yes, I do. We could make it cute, she says, renovate it. Want to go to Luca, maybe? Or no? Please. Like those you can't. This is in the Virgin Islands, he says. This would be a move. I would go, she says. It's pink. I'm on the way home. I seriously want to. Chris, I hate her music so much. It's all TikTok songs. I don't even know how to describe this. I hate it. He says, remember every kid playlist was Vine songs? She says, I'm not even Vine songs. It's like weird shites. She keeps skipping good songs too. I know I'm saying, reminds me of fifth grade, he said. She says, want to go to Luca or no? He says, oh no, that's too much. I haven't made money since Friday. Okay, she says. He says, when are you going to be back? She says, I'm home. I just got out of the shower. I'm scared. Don't even try to be cool with me tomorrow. We have problems. Now we definitely have problems. He says, say what you want. I'm out here doing the most, and you can't lift a finger. She says, you go think that. Doing the most. He says, every night you've slept in my room. I don't think I've ever seen you look for the remote, and you're the one who needs it. She says, I don't know what happened to you, Dom. I know you would never call me names and treat me this way. Stop texting me and making me even more depressed. He says, you're not helping me at all, though. Like everything is on me. Like, let me come get you from the living room. Look for the remote for 20 minutes when I should be sleeping. Then you just get mad because, oh my gosh, because I can't find it and leave. But you don't want to look at all. But you're mad because I can't find it. Makes a lot of sense when the remote is for you. Like, for now, you just be in charge of the remote. You're the one who uses it. I think we need a week apart for a reset. Now I can't sleep. She says, I don't do breaks. Not a break, he said. Come back and get me, she says. Never mind. Should not have let you touch me today. Stop being mean to me. He says, Kenzie, I'm not being mean. She says, you are. He says, you're going and telling on the kid with video proof. That's snitching. She said, it's doing good for the community. This is just like you supporting the guy that shot his girlfriend, trying to say he's innocent when obviously he's not. If I think you're being mean, then you are, and you shouldn't care. He says, no, it's not, Kenzie. They got in a little bumper accident. I'm sure whatever happens will be fine. She says, I don't care if it's fine or not. If there's kids in the car, it's not okay. Either way, it's not okay. Okay? He says, so if some kid hit another at recess, you'd go tell the principal? No, it's the same shite. Just mind your own business, you know? She says, are you going to be nice when I come back? I think I just seen Tyler Proctor walking down Pearl. I think he told me he was at the dentist because I told him cop at church. She says, are you going to be nice when I come back? He says, I was being mean or trying to. She says, and it was old people that got hit. He says, I'd rather avoid cops. She says, maybe they see you're actually trying to be good or not shady. They will stop watching you. He says, I don't speak pig Latin. I'm not going buddy-buddy with pigs to help myself. She said, thanks. I'm not buddy-buddy with them either. I would rather not talk to the police either, but if I could help us civilians, specifically old people that got in an accident, I'm going to help them. This wasn't for the cops, it was for the people. He goes, yes, I understand, but the cops got it handled. They can tell who did what wrong. Oh my gosh, this stupid thing. She says, sometimes they can't, and you never know. You ready to go soon? He says, I'm still taking a shot and I just want to eat breakfast, brush my teeth, and wash my face. We should definitely pack a bunch of fruit to go there. I'm down, she says. I can bring that one bag, the waterproof bag. He says, bring whatever bag. Which one? She says, the one we got from Allison's or waterproof? He says, I'm not worried about water. I'm more worried about sand. She says, okay, then let's do Allison's one. Sand will get stuck in the other one. He says, bring one that you can carry, that the sun is going to torch everywhere. But then we'll keep our fruit nice and cold and our drinks. He says, I don't know. The bag is black. I feel like everything's going to get hot. She says, I can carry both of them. True. He says, last time all our shite got hot as F. She says, what then do you want me to bring? The all black one? It kept my drinks and phone cold. He says, yeah, we can do just that. Okay, cool. I'm about to be ready, she says. I want to go ASAP. WTF? Where are you? Can we go? He says, I don't really like those, to be honest. Maybe for chairs for the kitchen, if I got the table I want. She said the chairs were only $5 each. You need to answer that. Fast. What I need at my house, for real, be a couch, kitchen table, maybe dining room table. She says, is the bar stools. She's giving him, showing him stuff on Marketplace, I think. We could tan in those, he says. I have those red chairs already, though they are brand new. The TV stand, she says. It would be so cute for your house. How much for the TV stand, he says. If it's really cheap, I'll probably take it. That's the picture for your wall, she says. I don't know if I want that picture, he says. If it's scratched, is it scratched up bad? I don't know if I like the color, he says, showing him all kinds of stuff. I'll take the glass TV stand from the other house. It has a red hint to it, she says. Of course you want the one thing where I forgot where it is. Yeah, I don't know if I like that table. That's the only thing I texted you that I'd want, babe. What is that? What is that? He says. Can you get body wash bar for me? She says, from Allison, sure. Come. Not it, she says. He says, I have someone waiting for me at the mall right now. I'm just trying to be quicker. He says, WTD. He says, what, babe? She says, just making sure you didn't fall asleep. He says, no, about to spit my verse. She says, I'm annoyed AF. My mom told me 12. Bo, we leaving at 12:30. I could have ate. He says, dang, are they late or did they just tell you the wrong time? She says, she's going to, I don't know, gouge you 20. What? She gave 40 last time. She's paying 20 for the cart. Paul's graduation party is today. I'm so annoyed. Why, Nug? He says. She says, I want to go to Paul's at 4. I don't even want to go anymore. Dom says, Paul's graduation party's not going to be that good. She says, I don't care. I still want to go for him. He says, what time are you going to be back from Toledo? She says, hopefully at 4:30 or 5. He says, you could still probably go. She says, my mom got you this and me, LOL. What does she think we're doing? I need that for my Viagra, he says. She said for weed, LMAO. Makes sense, he says. She says, I want pesto. He says, you got some left over. Also, come to Paul's with me. He says, babe, I don't know. She says, please come. He says, is it going to be like his family? She says, I don't know. Maybe. He says, I don't even know him. I'ma feel weird there. Please come. I don't want to go alone, she says. He says, Rosie isn't going or something? She is. I want you to come. He said, when do we go? I need food. When are you going to be back? She says, right now. I'm about to be home. Are you ready? He says, you want me to come to Paul's? Yes, please. She says, we're driving to Dallins a little after Paul's. Should I eat pesto before Paul's? Probably, he says. Okay, can you make me noodles? I'm gonna get my car, then come. I'm passing the rib burn off right now. He says, getting the water from next door right now. Okay, I love you. Thank you, Nug. Water's on the stove. Get over here. On the way. What do you mean, get over here? I told you I'm coming. I had to go home and get my car. What do you mean? What do you mean? He says. She says, I told you I'm coming. So obviously I'm already getting over there. So I don't know why you're texting me that. Okay, Kenzie, chill. I'm chill, she said. There was nothing behind that text. Nothing rude or angry or nothing. Are you trying to say my text was supposed to be rude or angry? Like, what are you saying right now? No. I'm saying I didn't mean anything. Why are you trying to fight? He says. She says, I know you didn't mean anything, but I'm confused why you would say it is what I'm saying, but never mind because I'm already here. I'm not trying to fight. I'm just trying to say I'm confused. Stop thinking that. Okay. Coming soon. Sorry this is taking so long. What's that? That's where my chute is. It's an old school. I'm about to come back. What school? He says. Is it abandoned? She says, like, I have to go to bed because I'm doing shite tomorrow early. And I just wanted to finish the last episode of Stranger Things. But of course, you can't even do that. I'm sorry, these dudes fried. Hitting nitrous, LOL. I only been here 20. I don't care, she says, bro. How long? 10:50, he says. Bro, she says. It was tonight. I are never. I got a good deal. What, she says? He said, I had to come tonight, or it was to not come at all. So I came tonight and got a good deal. You up? Yes. I want to watch Stranger Things, she says. I told you. He says, I just didn't know if I should be quiet. She says, are you coming? He says, yeah, on the toilet. When you going to swoop? He says, in like 15:10, she says. Where are we going again? Do we need protection? She said, we're going to Euclid. He said, is your 9mm in your trunk? She said, dude, don't even tell me that. I'll go look. I should be. Let me find a couple of 9 rounds. I'm looking, she said. They in there. I just need 9mm. It's in there, she says. I know. I got a couple of 40 rounds here. I don't know about 9s. She says, I'm on the way. I'm on the way. Here. You just effed up. My gosh. It's June 20th now. It's only about 40 days left of his life. I wasn't about to do you yelling at me being mean. You effed up, she says. Now stop texting me. He says, why you were flipping out on me to hurry when your mom is going anyway. I was just going so you were safe and not alone. He says, maybe if you weren't mean, I would have just came. She says, it's still unsafe with just me and my mom. I thought you were going to come protect us, but I guess that's really hard for you to do. Don't worry. Next time, I'm just not going to rely on you because you can never be on time or care about what other people need to do. He says, I was on time. You were just being mean. So why would I go? He said, that area isn't bad, just close to it is. He says, you got 2 adults with you. I didn't even have 9mm ammo on deck. I'd have to find some. She says, no, you were not on time. She says, if you were on time, you would have walked out when I said I'm here. But you were washing your feet? Like, why? Just stop texting me. He said, you told me you were leaving at 10:20. I was walking out the door at 10:22, but you were being rude. And so, yeah, I'm not going to go LOL. Why do you think this is? You get more with honey than you do with vinegar, he says. Be nicer and you'll get more from me. She says, are you going to be mean when I come back? He says, I wasn't mean when you were here. She says, I isn't. I told you to hurry because this is important. And then you were not hurrying. And I kept telling you to hurry. That is not me at all. Mean, she says. I'm on the way home. He says, when are you going to be done? Just got home. Question mark. You did not, she said. Get me food. You did not. I'm about to be on the way back. You did not, she said. My dude didn't need, and I got pulled over. So I had to take my shite home. Can you get me a Classico? You got pulled over, she says. Did they give you a ticket? Yes, he says. And yeah. WTF for what? Speeding. Can you get me a Classico? And how much longer should I come right now? J. Cole now, so I'm not waiting. Okay, I'm a roll a quick J, then come. Classico? K. Be nice to me. You be nice, LOL, he says. You can also apologize. Where are you? Close? On 71, he says, like 20 minutes. K, you late. Where you at? Where you at? Now. Now, she says. Now. She just keeps repeating it. Now. Can we shower soon? I feel gross. He says, yeah. We'll go back, shower in a second. Come over. WTF, K, she says. No phone, he says. How long, she says. I have no idea, he says. Where you at, she says. What DP I get, she says. Answer. He says, I have never been there. Pick one. She says, he says, calamari or firecrackers, shrimp. Babe, your hair is all over the bathroom floor. She says, for real. On the sink too, he says. Babe. He says, what, babe? She says, I didn't know. I low-key want to go to the club with them again. What do you think? He says, do what you want, Kenzie. You know what'll happen. What will happen? You will be mad at me, she says. Question mark. Will you be mad at me? Question mark. Yes or no? Nah, I'll end up breaking up with you. I already told you this. She said, you will break up with me if I go to the club with them? Answer fast. Like, why are you being dry? If you're on your phone? Like, question marks. Maybe, he says. Yes or no? I'm driving, he says. Not maybe, WTF. Like, this is just not it. If I were going to cheat, I would have done that. You know I would never do that. I'm not you. I wouldn't break your trust. I don't cheat. I never have. He says, that's not what I'm worried about. If you cheated, I'd just lose all my feelings for you anyway. I'm not worried about anything, actually. She said, because I'm having fun. So I can't go have fun because you will lose feelings. That's insane. I don't get why you're with me. If it's that easy to lose feelings for me, like, do you not understand how hurtful that is? I don't ever say I would lose feelings for you. WTF, dry. Dude, WTF, answer. He says, I'm not going to keep going over this with you. Make your own decisions. I'll make mine. Answer, she says. That's not an answer. Answer my questions now. Why are you ignoring what I say? She says. What the F? You got 1 minute. Answer now. Answer now. Why am I not seeing someone typing? If you don't answer, I'll lose feelings. What the F is your issue? Text back right now. I'm for real mad. You embarrass me any chance you get and try to control me and F with my head? Like, why are you like this? That's insane. I don't get why you're with me. If it's that easy to lose feelings for me, like, do not understand how hurtful that is. That's insane. I don't get why you're with me. She wrote that again. I don't ever say I would lose my feelings for you. WTF. He says, Kenzie, you know what happened last time. I almost lost you, and you almost lost yourself. And you know that I'm not going to lose you again. I'll break up with you way before that could ever happen. She says, that's insane. I don't get why you're with me. If it's that easy for you to lose feelings for me, like you do not understand how hurtful that is. I don't ever say I would lose my feelings for you. WTF. You got 1 minute or I'll just lose feelings. He says, okay, then go lose feelings. Clearly, you can't think straight when you're with them. I can, she says. I'm allowed to want to party with my friends. Stop trying to control what I do. You can have trust or not. Last time, when you were hanging out with us friends, you turned to a completely different person and let some weird dude F your feet, he says. She says, I let you go to the club with your friends. Well, I've told you, THR same. Why would I just change? I am myself. So Kenzie, he says, make whatever decisions you want and I'll make mine accordingly. She says, why the F can you not believe or trust me? She says, this is not me, that this is you being insecure as F. So we can try this again, she says. He says, okay, LOL. She says, can I go yes or no? You're insecure. You cheated on me 4 times and you're still insecure because you think I'm going to do something back. It's not it. This is mentally abusive. He says, Kenzie, make whatever decision you want. I'm not going to fight with you over it. She says, this will always be a fight. You are trying to control me and manipulate me into not going by threatening to lose feelings. She says, I do not do this to you. He says, Kenzie, do whatever you want. You start acting any type of different, I'm not giving you a chance. I'm putting all your shite on your mom's doorstep. Yes, Kenzie, I want to be in a productive relationship. If you can't be that person, I will break up with you. She says, good manipulation skills. So you would rather me sit at home, watch TV all day, than go have fun with my friends? You call that a productive relationship? That's effing toxic. He says, no, Kenzie, you can have fun with any friends you want as long as they're not people that sell their body. He says, if they are, I'm going to end up breaking up with you. She goes, so can I go or not? Effing answer. I'm not doing this manipulation. This is not it. You would be good at manipulation too. You're the one who reads all the books on how to control and manipulate people and have the power. Dom says, yeah, I got all those books because I realized you were manipulating me. You stopped lately though, but even you were manipulative. You know who you were friends with. Dude, I don't give an F, she says. You're done controlling me. I'm going to go do whatever I want, and you can either trust me or just send it. End it. She says, I would never cheat on you because if I was going to cheat on you, I would have already done it. You're the one who cheated on me 4 times. She says, I'm going to be myself and only that. He says, Kenzie, I do not give a single F about you saying I'm controlling. You about you saying cheating on me. I don't give an F. You did sell your body. That's what I have a problem with. She says, you're the only one stopping me from being myself. He says, Kenzie, do whatever you want. If your shite is on your doorstep, you know why. She said, so if I go, you will throw my stuff out. Is that what you're saying? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. If I feel like it, he says, yeah. She says, nah, it's going to be yes or no. He says, if I feel it's time, then yeah. She says, you are not going to manipulate me. This is toxic. Tonight, if I go, will you throw my stuff out? Yes or no? Yes or no? He says, I won't throw it out. It will be set very gently on your mom's doorstep. She said, you have 3 seconds to answer the phone. You've got 2 seconds. Because I know you didn't just hang up on me, she says. He says, I told you what it was last time. Answer, she says, right now, right now. He said, I'm done talking about this. She says, IWM not. I am not going DND. She says, if you do, we will have issues. He said, you're spamming me. She said, this is abusive. Then answer me now. If you just stayed on the phone, this wouldn't be an issue. Be a man. Stop being immature AF. He says, I'm not going to keep repeating myself for hours. She said, now answer the phone, Dom. You dead arse have 3 seconds if you do not answer the phone. The only one being the worst version of self is you, because you don't care that you hurt me and control me and manipulate me. Do you think it's cool to do this to the person you love? I'm going. I will be back tonight. He said, the mother of my kids will be better than this. She said, if I'm not the best for you, then end it right now, because I do not give a single F. If you don't think I'm the best, then leave me now. All you do is hurt me, she says. The reason you have trust issues is because of what you did to me, and you know what you did, she said. He says, I don't have trust issues. I have rules. She says, you do? She says, you're not going to make rules up about my life and my own person. I'm not an effing prisoner. She says, you are so effing insecure. It's actually depressing. No wonder you don't smile in any pictures that we take. He says, Kenzie, I'm not saying any of that. It's pretty simple. You friends with thoughts, I'm going to break up with you. She says, you do not care that you hurt me. You said countless hurtful things. He says, maybe I don't smile because you judge me about anything I do. I'm done texting you. You can do whatever you want. She says, be done. I'm going to. No, and I'll be home tonight. He says, you get broken up with, you know why. She says, put any of my stuff outside, there will be a problem. She said, you just said I can do whatever I want, and I'm going to. You can trust me and be a good, supportive boyfriend, or you could be toxic and threaten me and manipulate me. He says, fine, I'll give it to your mom. She says, you do not care how I feel. She says, if you give my stuff to my mom or anything, take it out of the house, there will be a problem. Then she says, maybe you could use your communication skills instead. I'm just trying to manipulate and threaten me. And then she says, we could easily solve this and make it okay for both sides, but you just want to effing be a dictator. If you would send that emoji again, you're getting blocked. He says, okay. She says, you can send full sentences like the grown adult you are. If you do not start sending full sentences, I swear He says, I said what I said. You know what it is. She says, I'm going to go tonight, and you're going to say nothing is going to change. And you're also going to apologize to me when I get home. He says, don't act like you don't. She says, you got 5 minutes to call me because you have already ruined tonight. You have 5 minutes. This is not you. This is the old cheater, Dom, talking. Keep this up, she says. You don't care that you hurt me. I tell you and you say nothing. He says, okay, Kenzie. She says, because you only care about you. Let's see here. We are on, this is June 24th, just so you know. Why do you not care? She says, why do you not care that I'm saying you hurt me? What happened to you? We were broken up, and I came to be there for you when your mom was sick. You never there for me, she says. You only care about yourself and your rules. If you think food in a home is being there for me, you're a joke. You have terrible communication skills. Am I invisible or something? I know you didn't just leave me on red. Proves my point. You do not care that you hurt me. You don't care about me, like the idea of me and holding me hostage alone in your house. The fact that you leave me on read when I say that this is insane. Who the F are you? He says, no, Kenzie, I do, but I hate the idea way more of you changing. She says, when did this evil take you over? This is not you. You don't. If it takes me 6 times telling you and I get no answer, that's all I need to know. He says, you know you can always chase money. It's never going to run or dip out on you. On the other hand, she says, just like I didn't run after you cheated on me 4 times. He says, but your feet ran right to the dude's doorstep the second we broke up. She says, to be honest, now I'm thinking I should have, because clearly you don't know who I am or have any respect for me. He says, not even 24 hours for you to let him F your feet. She said, it's okay. Act like I had any sort of feelings for him. I don't even know his name. He goes, yeah, that's worse. She says, if you have such an issue, leave me. He says, the mother of my kids doesn't sell her body. Actually, she says, nor chills with them. If you're not going to be there for me, she says, and show love and caring, then leave me. And one more unloving, disgusting response, then just leave me. He said, the thought of a woman that sells her body holding my baby makes me want to KMS. She said, clearly you want me like a doll. If you think I'm a woman that sells my body, leave me. She says, who the F says I want to have a baby with you? She says, do you think I want to have a baby with someone that talks to me like this? Imagine how they would talk to me during my pregnancy if you can talk to me like this now. She says, you don't understand how effing repulsive you sound. This is literally mental abuse. You're harvesting my amazing energy. Any woman you say that you will think that's absolutely the most disgusting thing ever. Okay, bye, he says. She says, I'm going to give you one more chance. Nah, bye. Do you think I'm a woman that sells my body? Yes or no? She says, and this doesn't hurt my feelings. Bye. She says, it was supposed to hurt you, just like everything you have said to me my whole day has. Why should I care that, what should I care that hurt you after you don't even care and acknowledge that What you have said has hurt me. Doesn't it hurt? You dead arse better answer me. Be an effing man. Get off D&D and use your communication skills. You seriously are messing up. I'm going to give you 5 minutes to fix this. Then call me. Dom, answer right now. It's okay. Just let me chase and do all the work. When all you are is mean and manipulative, you don't love me. If you love me, you wouldn't treat me like this or talk to me like this. You just hurt me over and over, trying to tell me I'm changing when I've only ever been myself. He says, Kenzie, if letting some dude F your feet was you letting me know, cause then I'm breaking up with you. She says, I thought you already did. You said bye and went on D&D. He said, so effing that dude feet was you. You have always been you. You can trust me, she says. Let me have a good night. And I'm obviously not going to change. I'm a different me every single day. She says, you can trust me and let me have a good night. And obviously, I'm going to still be the same me. Or you can manipulate me, pick your poison. He says, okay, well, then we done. If so, I'm packing your shite. We done, she says. After I just said that, are you serious? You consistently hurt me. He says, shite's getting packed. She says, are you serious? Yes, he says. He says, you just said that was you and you always going to be you. So yeah, it's not, she said. I said I'm different me every single day. You can either understand and we can talk about this later or just do it. Answer. Now, if it's that easy, was it love? Clearly, you had no trust in me. You're really going to throw everything away just because of this? You don't even trust the words that come out of my mouth when I've been loyal for 4 years? Are you serious? Dom, answer. You're really going to do this before my graduation party? Wow. Stop being immature. Just answer. Answer me. Answer me now. Answer. Stop being immature. He says, I don't know, Kenzie. She says, talk tomorrow or tonight. Be mature. You know how I am. If you can't see that, you don't know me. He says, go to your house tonight. I'm not going to leave your shite there. So talk tomorrow, question mark, yes or no? Answer. Why are you not answering? Answer. Sure, maybe. Nah, I'll be over tomorrow morning, okay? So I can't come back to your house after? When would that be? He says. I don't know, late. But if you leave a key, I can get in. He says, let me know what time. I'm going to make music. Just leave a key, she says, hidden. Just do that. Just do it. Okay? Just put it somewhere and let me know. Let me know where. Let me know. When you're going to be back. Later, so just leave a key, she says. Where's the key? And did the pen die or run out? Let me know. Let me know. He says, I don't know which one. I haven't let the key out. I haven't went to bed. Leave one. Let me know where. Let me know. Let me know where. He says, I'm going to put it out before I go to bed, probably. She says, do it. Let me know where. She says, how do I know it died? He says, is it blinking red? No. Blinking nothing. He says, when you hit it, is there a light at all? No. Then it's dead. It needs charging. Okay, WTF, I charged it for so long. I don't know. That's weird. I don't even know, she says. Those ones you can see how much oil in it either. She says it was blue when I was charging it. He says, like when I bought it, you couldn't even see through it, that little hole. Oh. Did you take the other disposable? I only found one, she said. Oh, dang, he says. The white one or something. Yeah, I should have got you the other one too. I only found one, she said. It's kind of boring right now. He said, yeah, club isn't that fun unless you're really effed up, it seems to me. LOL, true, she says. It seems like really bad weed, like 5 AG, 3 AG. You can't even talk there. It's kind of just bump to music. It's bad music too, she said. You don't feel the DJ, then it's trash. She says, Fanto was the only good song. We in the DJ section, I'm with Keely. Barley, he says, no. Let me see. Park, she says. No, she says, let me see Park. He says, never heard. He says, it nice? She says, it's gecko, only white people here. WTF, I know, she says. I'm just chilling. A photographer took pictures of us, though. Where's the key? Where? If you didn't, let me know soon, Dom. So no, did you not, Dom? Why are you still on D&D? Like you never told me about the key. Why? What the F, Dom? I do not want to sleep here, Dom. You just did me so wrong, WTF, Dom, WTF. You said you would tell me, Dom, WTF. Yeah, WTF. You did me wrong for no reason. Sorry, I fell asleep, he says. You said you would do it before bed, and you didn't. Where's the key? This is not it. Where's the key? Wow, maybe if you weren't on D&D, you would have been helpful. Dom, for real. WTF, WTF, wow. I'm going to come back and climb in a window if you don't answer soon. This is why you don't go on D&D for no reason at all. I know you're up. What the F are you doing this? Like, why? I'm starving. I haven't ate all yesterday. I need food, and now you're just ignoring me. Can you just answer WTF? Like, why? I know you're awake. Do not do this. Dom, you need to answer right now. I can't believe you. This is the old you. You're the one acting different here. The Dom I know would never do this to me. I thought this and ignoring fake energy was over with. You need to answer right now. You have till 10 to answer. Wow. 10 minutes. You are doing so wrong for no reason. WTF. If you are awake, I'm going to be so mad. What the F? Like, this must be a joke or something. I seriously can't believe you. No effing way. On the way. Wow. Yeah, I'm mad. If you do not let me in, we are done. Like, I'm so serious. PPP. I'm about to go back to sleep. LMAO, she says. Do you want your food? He says. That would be a bad idea. You open the door right now. He says, why you so demanding? She says, why you so fake and unloving? He says, I'm not. And unemotional and uncaring. He says, sorry, I don't want my girl hanging out with women who sell their bodies. She said, I guess we both have questions that will be unanswered. I don't give an F. You're not my dad. He said, we're 4 years into this relationship. I'm not going to let you start acting like how you were before. He says, yeah, but your parents don't know what she had you do. She said, you're right. You're not going to force me to do shite. He said, they want to murder her if they knew. She said, and your parents don't know what drugs you're taking and what you do for your job. Keep threatening me. He says, I'm not. I'm just saying, like, you have your dad on your arse way more if he knew. She says, open the door now. I'll beep the horn. He says, if you beep the horn, I'm definitely not letting you in. She says, then let me in now. It's honestly crazy how you love to see me hungry and sad. Does this make you happy? He says, I said I'd give you food. She says, you want me to shrivel up alone on your couch? I want to relax while I eat. Not sure what you're not getting. He says, Kenzie, there's always going to be problems if you're hanging with someone who got a dude to F your feet for money. That's simple, he says, like no if, ands, or buts about it. I will always have a problem. So you figure something out or we're going to be done. She says, open now, literally right now, right now, right now, right now. If you do not open the door, you just threw 4 years away, she says. You think I want to be dealing with a manipulative, abusive boyfriend right now? You can't even communicate without getting offended or defensive, she says. He says, there will always be a problem. I told you this. She says, then there's always going to be a problem because I'm never going to get rid of good friends because you have a problem with them. This is how abuse starts, she said. Now you're going to let me in the house right now. He says, I will always have a problem with her, and you know why. She says, I don't care. He says, it's pretty simple. She says, they aren't your friends, and you don't get to control my life. He says, so goodbye, I guess. She says, you can either trust me or end it. But what you're saying is, you want me to start beeping on the horn. He said, if you beep that horn, I'm definitely not letting you in. You already aren't. You're going to let me in now or I'm doing it now. He says, you're not making me want to let you in anymore. I do. You were not going to originally let me in. He said, you're making this worse. So are you. She says, I'm waiting at the window so you can let me in. Okay, then, she says, break up with me. I'm just going to keep whatever's in my trunk then. Keep being this fake shite. Keep being fake to somebody who's been loyal to you. He says, what are you wearing again? She says, white Skims. She said, just come here soon. I'm in a bad mood. He says, my mom got us tequila. She says, I love her, LOL. She says, should we make the margaritas with the agave? He said, and limes and lemons. So yeah, we could. She says, my mom's making lemonade. We have glasses, I think, too. He says, I just got to stop 2 places, then shower. I don't think my hair needs maintenance, so it should be quick. Just got to find a fit. He says, I don't know if I want to wear white. If it's going to rain, I'll see what I have, though. She said, just get here fast. I'm for real annoyed AF, please. He says, I'm heated now. Why, she says. I went to Danny and he wasn't even home. WTF. And didn't have money out or anything. She says, why did he tell you to come then? What an R word. He said, I texted him 20 minutes ago that I got to stop somewhere, then be to him. She said, and he said, okay. When you come, bring to something also. No, he didn't text back. I started calling him when I was on the way and he couldn't answer like a little biatch and ended up it and texted me. WTF, where you at? How many fries should we get? Who's going to eat them? He says, probably just us. We only need one for me and you. So like 2 orders, how long? She says, getting in the shower now. You still have to shower? So should I just go to town hall by myself? Let me know. We have agave here. Answer. I guess we can get town hall. Only if you would just hear your phone, you would be helpful. Please, can you answer? Dom, please answer. Why are you not here? Come now. He says, I'm going to be there ASAP, about to stop at the store and be over. Got the straight party pack ready, LOL. Lot of Patron and limes. Come, she said. WTF? Question mark, he says. I thought you got mad and slammed the door when you walked out. He says, Blair already's getting Chick-fil-A. I guess let's not get free food since you have to watch them make it. Oh, he says, let's just choose to spend money. She said, I said you can just go. I won't eat. I don't care that much. I can just eat something at home. She says, go do the method like WTF. Don't try to make me feel bad because I want to see how clean my shite is made. He says, you go to every restaurant and get your food. Next time, ask to see Luca's kitchen or town hall. Or keep trying to make me feel bad, she says. Why do you think that's okay? He says, I'm just saying, like, we can get free food, but just make me do more. Dude, she says, just go get the food. I'm not that hungry. I don't care. He says, well, I want you to eat. I don't want you to be hungry later. She says, I'll just eat an apple or something. He says, okay, Kenzie, you just want chicken or pasta. My mom is making dinner. Let me know. Maybe, she says, what do you think? He says, you'll like the chicken parmesan. Want to try it? I don't know, she says. What is it? He says, it's chicken, breadcrumb, then pan fried, then thrown in the oven with pasta, LOL. She says, so gluten? He says, or you want grilled chicken? Maybe, she says. Is it a red sauce? He says, no, we can use our breadcrumbs. You like red sauce? I don't know. You had it the other day. It's the same sauce, he says. It's one of my favorite meals. I promise you. Like, I promise you'll like it. You can't be scared, though. You have to trust me or you're not going to like it. Let me know ASAP so we can figure it out. It's getting late. Plus, I have sales and I'm sitting over here with my mom waiting for you. Fine. Sorry, I'm getting ready for my photo shoot. Shoot. Isn't it Thursday? It's tomorrow, he says. So, she says, it's tomorrow, sorry. So that is what's going on, he says. He says breadcrumbs won't be gluten-free. Everything else will float your diet. She says, where are you at? He says, home. She says, inside. He says, how is photo shoot, Nug? She says, it was going perfect. You're going to love this. I'm going to town hall. Want to go to Kid Curry? Of course. We need tickets ASAP. She says, you effed up. But does that even mean anything to you? No, it doesn't. So just don't even try. Now it's June 29th. This is like 4 weeks left of his life, okay? 4 weeks left of his life. How did I F up? I told you to stop putting your feet in my face, and you kept doing it. I don't care. You effed up, she said. You should care. I forgot. You don't keep your word. So I'm not sure why I'm shocked. He says, what does keeping my word have to do with this? And no, Kenzie, you don't care. I told you stop or I'm gonna get up, and you just kept doing it. You didn't say stop or I'm gonna get up. Yes, I did. She says, you said you would be caring and loving, and you have not been loving in days. My boyfriend is supposed to be attracted to all of me and not make me feel gross about my feet. He says, Kenzie, feet are feet. After you're everywhere all day, it's just not like I wouldn't touch my feet right now. If I did, I'd definitely wash my hands. I don't care. Just stop, she says. You already did enough. He says, I wasn't trying to do anything. She says, I don't care. I'm going to leave. He said, okay, Kenzie, be mad. You know it wasn't about your feet being gross. So you're not going to apologize, she says. This isn't a very good relationship if you can't apologize when you hurt me. He says, Kenzie, you should be the one apologizing. She says, so you're not going to take in how I feel and apologize? This isn't a very good relationship if you can't apologize when you hurt me. So let me get this straight. I asked you to watch a show. You rudely wave your feet back and forth in my face. I tell you to move them. You proceed to wave your feet in my face. I can't physically see the TV, so how would I watch a show? I get up, get my J, go and sit back down by you, and you're taking up the whole couch. So I sit on the other one, and then you demand I turn the show off. That just sounds like you giving me a hard time. She says, yeah, I gave you a hard time because you made me feel bad about my feet. And I was half asleep and I didn't want to smell. Jay, you know that. Kenzie, how am I supposed to watch a TV show when I can't see? She says, how am I supposed to want to watch a TV show with you when you can't even be respectful about how I feel? He says, I mean, I literally, physically couldn't see the show. You were disrespectful first. You show have got your feet, you should have got your feet out of my face. She says, no, I wasn't. I was just putting my feet on you, so maybe you'd rub them, but I forgot you find my feet disgusting. He says, I don't find any feet very charming. They're feet. But out of all the gross feet, you definitely have the best ones. She says, I don't give an F. You're supposed to love every inch of my body. He says, I do, but where's the gross feet coming from? Like I said, I told you, I don't like feet, but like it wasn't about your feet being gross. Maybe it should have asked me to massage them instead of forcing them in my face so I couldn't watch TV. Like for real. And I'm supposed to apologize since you find it so hilarious. Yes, she says. I love to know that you find me being hurt super funny. He says, that's not what I'm finding funny, but okay. She says, I'm going to the Amish. Answer. Now, what if we went to Mohican with all of them for a weekend? Maybe, he says, we should. Where are you? He says. She says, I'm at a vintage flea market. He said, I thought that was at the Amish place. I am. Is it dope? Yeah. I bought a gallon of honey. That's hella, he says. She says, Middlefield Flea Market. On the way home. He says, when you be back? She says, soon. 6? Wait, no. Maybe 7. He says, I'm hitting some plays. Door is locked right now. I'll be home at 7. He says, Bet, I'll be back before that. Okay. She said, I'm hungry. Look at my Insta story. Me too, he says. Whoa, LOL. She says, the honey. He says, that shite look good. Chicken and rice, she said. Or chicken sandwich. Either sounds good, he says, although I can do sandwiches because I got to marinate it. Can't. If we do chicken and rice, you want to get like broccoli and carrots and shite for it too? Pick one. I want both. I'll eat more rice though. Oh my gosh, what did I just do here? Yes, can you go to Allison? She says ASAP. Get broccoli. He says Allison's is closed. Bro. Then Heinen's, whatever the heck that is. You got to go ASAP for chicken and broccoli. Heinen's closes at 8. We're fine. Well, I'll be home at 7:09. Rosie goes so slow that the time goes up. Like now we're at 7:15. I showed them your song, she says. I'll be, stop it, my watch is crazy. Oh my gosh. I just made some fire. They liked your song. Oh my gosh, this thing. They said it sounds just like you. He says, I'm gonna send you this other one. She says, I like that one so far. I'm gonna listen in my cat. In my cat. I'm about to come. Tell me what kind again. He said, breasts. She said, breasts. How many? A pound or 2. Pick one. 1 pound. Oh my gosh, this is crazy. What is going on here? What is going on? No, I don't know what happened. Hold on a minute. I think I have to stop and redo this share. Hold on. Okay. Share. What is going on? What is this? Oh, let me try to get rid of this. Okay, I got it. That was weird. I don't know what that was. Share. Oh, I just didn't. This is crazy. Okay. All right. 1 pound broccoli and carrots. I'm here. How long? Question mark. Where you at? He says main causes of blackouts is blood flow. Let's just try getting you vitamins that support that. So are you saying I'm vitamin deficient or something? I don't even know. No. The one I just had was probably the worst blackout, like pain level I've had. And I'm scared it's just going to get worse. This is July 2nd, guys, July 2nd. What I'm saying is your blood vessels aren't working right to get enough blood to your brain. That's why you black out. But you can take vitamins that will help blood flow. What did she say? She was anemic. She thought anemic. What'd she say? Oh. Cancel that order, he says, and give me my money back, or I'm keeping whatever's here. She says, stop texting me. Be mad about a mistake. You're a whole joke. Keep treating me like this. See where that gets you. One of these days, you're going to learn how to fight your own battles. She says, if you were worried about money, you could have said no, and I wouldn't have cared. He says, I wasn't worried about money. You were disrespectful. She says, it's so much more than that now, and I wasn't. Telling you I'm freaking out isn't disrespectful. Like I said, stop texting me. He says, you just texted me. She says, actually, you know what is disrespectful? Putting my stuff outside, taking the cushions from under me, blocking me from charging my phone, and you were very disrespectful and refused to leave my house. Yeah. He said, yeah, I'm gonna put your stuff outside. I'm allowed to kick you out. It's my house. See, we read part of this, I think, because they had something in the thing on the grand jury, because I remember that part of that right there. This part seems like deja vu. You robbed me for all my money on your card before that. She said, you put the money on my card, stupid. Clearly you worried about money, but you can't stop bringing it up. I live there too. He says, I'm not going to spend all my time fighting with you. You can't just kick me out. He says, goodbye. She says, like I say every day, you're immature, lacking communication skills and being unloving. I will be back tonight. He says, no, Kenzie. If you want this relationship to have any chance of working, you will leave me alone. I will be back tonight, she says. No, Dom says. Kenzie says, I don't do breaks. Yes, I will. Thank you for proving my point. I know you lied. He said, we done then. If you can't, leave me alone. Go be alone. I'ma be on the couch. You're a liar and will always be one. Can't keep a single promise you make. You don't take relationships seriously. You think this is some game. You're messing your life up, and you're going to be real embarrassed when you see. So yes, I will be back tonight. I'm the only one keeping this relationship together, she says. If you want any chance of this relationship working, you will start giving effort and well thought responses fast. He says, Kenzie, I'm not arguing with you. It's a waste of life. She says, oh, she loved that. Okay. He says, you should have just left when asked. She says, I live there too. It is our house. I don't give a F about no paper. He says, no, you don't. It's my mom's house, and I rent it and pay the bills. She says, I sleep there every day, night. Dude, just break up with me. I did, he said. Okay, then we done. Bummy as F. Okay then, he says. Should have just respected me. Goodbye. He says, Kenzie, you know I love you, but I don't think we should be together at this point. There isn't very much time on Earth, you know? I'd like to think we could stop fighting, but it's a breakup. fight every week. Neither of us deserves that. I don't want to fight all the time. I know you don't either. Anyone who's around anyone every day of the week is bound to fight. If we can't separate for a little, then we are only going to fight more. I don't want you to think I'm abandoning you. I wish it could work, but I don't think it's going to at this point, especially with the threats. We should just break up so we can both find happiness somewhere else. Say, I don't love you all I want, but I promise you, I do. I want the best for both of us, baby. I'm sorry we were fighting. I love you. Is that okay? Look, I'm sorry. Talk later. You can't keep doing this, she says. So are we talking or not? He said, you want to talk tomorrow? No, I don't. This needs to be over or figured out for good. He says, well, you want to go our separate ways or try to work it out? She says, you broke up with me. Are you forgetting that? I tried to work it out earlier, but you couldn't handle it. Broke up with me, and this isn't going to happen every day. He said, you used to break up with me every day. Look, I don't want to fight every day either. That's why I broke up with you. And you weren't trying to work out. You were on my couch, and I gave you 3 choices: fix it, apologize, or leave. And you couldn't do any. And when you said, oh, I had to order it, so technically I didn't get it for me, that pissed me off. Like, I'm down 40 to 50K and you spend 300 on you and you say that? Like, dang. So what's going to happen, she says. So answer, I don't have time for this BS. I said this needs to be figured out or over. He says, Kenzie, you need to act right. And you don't, she says. Do you think you have been acting right? You think everything you did this morning was okay? That you don't have to apologize for anything? You're the one who reached out to me to say, talk later, now figure it out. He says, Kenzie, I acted fine for a grip. You wouldn't leave and you were being mean. She says, you're the one who reached out to me. Figure it out. Figure this out. What's it going to be? Are we talking or did you reach out to me for no reason? He says, well, how do you feel about it? She says, just answer the question. You know how I feel. He said, what do you suppose happens? I reached out to you for a reason. She says, I think that's a question you need to answer because you're the one that reached out to me to talk. He said, can we both fix this? Can we both give each other space when needed? Giving space is not kicking somebody out of a place that they live. That's not even the problem that became of the problem. This all started because I made a mistake and told you I was going to freak out because it was stressing me out. And then I asked you if you were mad at me. And then you said yes, because I did not order shorts when I literally forgot. Yes, I remember just saying, just cancel the order, it again, or just apologize, he says. He says, you couldn't do that though. And then I told you to apologize, fix it or leave, and you refused to. But I really didn't do anything besides making you leave. She says, I'm not done thinking of everything you did, but this is a start. He says, what help is that going to do? I did all that cause, she says, I don't know how since works, and you know that, so I couldn't fix it after you were already mean. I wasn't going to do anything for you. He said you wouldn't leave. Apologize. She said, I live there too. He says, leave, fix, LR, fix it. We're on page 31,001. It's July 2nd. He says, oh, you also took my belongings out. She said, oh, you also took my belongings outside. You tried to tell my mom about the gray shite. He said all those besides just being mad. just all cause you didn't fix the problem. She said, there's stuff I can't tell you. It doesn't matter. I would never do that to you, but it's so easy for you to do to me. You think I'm disposable. He said, no, I just wanted you to go home for the day. But then you wouldn't leave and you made it worse of a fight. So I wanted you to leave for the night. She says, and I would have right away if you didn't take my stuff outside or not let me come back. You did it to yourself. Or, oh, and you also tried to blame me for breaking a hole in your bathroom when you know I said sorry and it's not even a hole. He said, I mean, you did say that I didn't even get it for you because you had to order it when it was paid for it. That made me mad, he said. She said, when I ask you to buy me something, I want you to buy it. Buying it from my card doesn't make it special. It still stresses me out. He said, that's what really made me mad, for real. And then saying you should have said you couldn't afford it when you were rude to me. She says, okay, thank you for letting me buy it, but I would rather you buy yourself. You buy yourself for me. He said, well, you should have let me do it. And you put the money on or something. She says, it's still on my phone. You're supposed to do it with your card, your phone, and then you're buying it for me. He said, you asked me for it off your phone, babe. She says, and you told my mom you're down 40,000, so clearly you're worried about money, which I'm not mad about. No, I didn't. I just asked you to buy it for me. I asked if you could get it for me, she said. Nah, he said, this isn't cool. She says, so what's it going to be? You clearly reached out to me just to argue more. Are we going to work this out or not? He said, Kenzie, if I'm spending 300 on you, I'm spending 300 on you, period. So if I spent your money, let's say, but ordered it off my phone, that'd be getting you something. What, she says? He says, I spend your money, but order it off my phone, then it'd be getting you something. She says, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying buying it off of my card makes me buying it. I still have to go with the stress of buying it and checking out. It stresses me out doing that if you put all the information on your phone, and that would be you buying from me. He says, because I think I paid for it. I mean, I got it for you, period. She goes, today I bought the outfit with your money. She says, you did not buy me anything. I bought it myself with your money, which I thank you for letting me use your money to buy. He says, you have stress of ordering clothes, but I don't have stress making money. She says, you could have said no to buying it. How many times do I have to tell you this? I would not have cared. He says, you don't think 300 is more stressful than ordering it? Seems like you don't care that I got it either. She says, see, you're just turning this into another fight right here. I'm not doing this. He says, I feel unappreciated. She says, are we working this out or not? Have you even been reading anything I've said? I said, thank you for buying it like 1,000,000 times, like I always do. You feel unappreciated, she says, and I feel unheard. I guess things don't change. He says, well, you can't seem to get this. I feel unheard. He says, I'm trying to speak to you. You keep asking if we're working it out. I'm trying to right now, he says. She says, this is texting. Working it out is in person. You can't hear tone in the text. You can't feel love in the text. He says, I'm just saying how you talked to me today wasn't good. I'm going to get mad. She says, how you treated me today was not good either. He says, if you're making me mad in those situations, fix it or remove yourself from the situation. I literally told you. And I was all mad. And you just go outside and read or something. Like, that's not going to make me more mad. She says, that would be a great example of giving space. I would be inside on the couch and you would be reading. That wasn't supposed to make you mad. That was supposed to cool you down. Or I could have went outside, but then you probably would have locked me out and been unfair. No, Kenzie, he says, you didn't say it like that. And she says, and you didn't tell me to leave nicely. He says, look, Kenzie, I'm mad. I'm not going to be able to focus on reading. I'm going to be mad for a little. LOL. She says, I'm about to be done texting. So are we going to work it out in person or are we done? He says, let's just work it out tomorrow in person tomorrow. No, she says. Yes, he says. She says, I'm not doing that. You know, I do not want to sleep here. The food, water, and sleep will always be a problem here. And no, I don't want you to effing drop me off food and water. He says, why can't you sleep there? Hold on. Why is this like that? Why can't you sleep there for one night? She says, you texted me to work it out tonight or later. And now it is now later. So you texted me for no reason. Why can you just never stop lying? He says, how am I lying? I don't think we're going to be able to work this out right now. I think about tomorrow will be better. I tried texting and it's not going well. She says, no, I'm ready to work it out tonight. Or I'm not trying to do it at all because clearly you're just done with this relationship and I'm all disposable to you. He says, I don't think it'll get better when you're here. She says, I do think it would be better in person like it always does. The reason you don't think it's going to work out was because of you. Are you saying you can't be respectful and communicate? Are you just going to ignore what I see in person? Like, why is it so hard for you to just use your communication skills? He says, I think it's not going to work out because I think you're going to be stubborn right now, to be honest. I felt you didn't act right. And she says, okay, I'm going to add a name calling to the list of things you did to me. And I don't think you acted right either. And he says, and you can't even say you could change that you agree with whatsoever. She says, you are not allowed to tell me I'm welcome here whenever, and I pretty much live there, and then proceed to kick me out. Were you planning on changing? She says. He says, I didn't. You're right. She says, I didn't think so. He says, but you know what I said right before I didn't? Just go home for a little. No, she says, I told you to go home. No, you said you're kicking me out. And then you took all of my things outside and then broke up with me. I broke up with you way later. She said, so this isn't getting worked out tonight. I'm just done giving effort and I'm done trying. He says, and I said I was kicking you out way later than that too. That was way later, he says. She says, I need to be in a relationship where someone who's going to give just as much love and caring energy as I give. He says, Kenzie, you were mean to me today. I was mean too. She says, you were also mean to me today. He says, what are you going to do to change that? That's what I want to know. And I can let you know what I can do in response. She says, to change what? What are you going to change? Your whole attitude and the way you talk to me? He says, Kenzie, You said mean things to me and I felt unappreciative and mad. I want to know how you're going to change that. Can you change that? She says, you say mean things to me all the time. You never give me love. You never give me empathy. You never make me feel cared for or loved. You just let me feel alone all day and you make me feel ugly. Can you change any of that? He says, Kenzie, I can go down the list too. She says, I'm sorry I said mean things to you, but you were saying mean things to me, so I was in defense mode. He says, I'm not going to. I want to know how we can make that situation different. She says, oh, you're not going to change any of that? He says, I want to know what you can do first, because I think once I know that, I can adjust. She says, remember, you're the one who started this whole problem in the first place. So if anyone needs to make some changes first, it's you. He says, we can make them at the same time. She says, I'm done texting about this. Are we going to work this out? Yes or no? He says, but what's your plan? He says, once I hear your plan, we can. She says, I think I need to hear your plan first, since you're the one who started this whole problem in the first place. He says, how did I start it? I thought you started it. She says, no, I told you I was freaking out. And then you got mad at me for no reason, remember? The whole reason you're mad at me? Because I didn't buy the shorts when I literally forgot. I asked you if you were mad at me, and then you said, yes, you are. He said, I thought you said you were freaking out because of me, because of something I said, and then you said you didn't offer to fix it at all, or even let me fix it. She said, I was freaking out because you were giving me anxiety. I was not mad. You know that. She says, you're right. I didn't offer to fix it because I don't effing know how. I do not know how this app works. I didn't know if you can add items to your cart. I didn't know how it works. And you know that. It's my first time buying from here. He said, you could have let me do it. Or you could have tried. You didn't give any effort. She says, why would I have let you do it after you were already extremely mean to me and kicking me out? If you were just being nice about it, this would have worked smoothly and I would have let you do it. But I'm not going to do anything for somebody who's treating me like shite. Kenzie, I was not trying to kick you out then. Yes, you were. No, I wasn't. I wasn't till we were already fighting for a bit. Kenzie says, you were already being mean to me and getting parents involved. That's why I didn't do it for you. Dom says, no, I wasn't. That was after. I couldn't get you to leave. She says, that is how I feel. So what's going to happen? Are you going to work this out or not? She says, like it's 9:30. What's going to happen? Am I going to be done or are we working it out? He says, well, I didn't hear your plan. She says, I didn't hear one from you either. She says, I don't have a well thought out plan. I'm just going to react on what happens. I'm never purposely mean to you. I'm only mean to you when you're mean to me. Well, he says, my plan would probably just be to sit back and let the situation unfold a little more before acting with any emotion. And just observe my emotions, let them pass, observe yours, and then come back to it when level-headed. That would be my plan. So think about your plan, then let me know. She said, well, I would like to fix the problems right when they happen. I don't like to wait. I want to fix them immediately. It's 9:30 at night. This needs to be figured out before 10 o'clock. Like, I'm seriously about to be so effing done. Clearly, you have no care in your soul to work this out. I do, he says. And she says, if you wanted this relationship to work out, it would have been worked out. He would have been worked it out. He says, no, we need both of us to come to a conclusion on how we can handle this differently. And then he said, this can also be applied to other situations, or we're going to be back in this situation we're in right now. She says, you can try not getting mad so fast. So am I coming over to work this out or no? I said, Kenzie, I said, what I can do. What can you do? If you read it, you'd see I said what and observe all emotions from both of us before acting with any. Because Kenzie, this comes unresolved. We'll be here again. And that's not fair to either of us. She says, I can give you more space, but you have to tell me you need space and not kick me out. He said, well, that's my part, and I'm going to work on that. I acted with emotion. You did too. But I'm not going to do that. What else can you do? Like about name calling or rude references, period. She said, you call me names too. And you didn't say that you were going to stop doing that. And I don't know what rude references you're talking about. He says, I said, I'm not going to act with my emotions till they something. That goes for a lot of things. That changes, get out to give me space for a little. And I mentioned them. He said, look, I'm done inching my way through this, trying to get something out of you. You know what I want. I want you to say how you can change what you did wrong. It was 2 things, and I already texted those things. So you have it figured out, text me, and then we can work this out. She says, no, this isn't going to work out like that. We're either going to work it out now or I'm done. I will stop calling you names. When you stop calling me names, I will start doing housework when you can actually make me feel loved. And I will do more than housework for you when I feel loved. WTF. She says, I would start effing answering right now, because if this isn't resolved before tonight, and then I'm seriously done giving any effort and I'm done. I would answer right now or I'm done. He says, my phone was like dead. And he said, yeah, I told you to tell me how you can handle the situation differently, and you didn't do that at all. She said, I told you I'd give you more space, and that's the only thing I did wrong. You just have to ask nicely when you need space. She says, I'm seriously fed up right now. What is going on? Do not effing reach out to me for nothing. I'm waiting. He said, Kenzie, give me space when needed, no matter what. And it was way more than that. She says, you're going to have to ask nicely and not threaten me and throw my stuff outside. He said, that was after the fact. You were rude. She says, so are you, and you started on this whole entire fight by getting mad at me for something that I made a mistake on. Like you started this whole entire arguing. You were rude. That's what I was mad about. She says, I wasn't rude. I just told you I was freaking out, and then you told me you were mad. Like I'm allowed to say I am freaking out. So I am coming over to talk to you in person, or are we done? He said, you're showing you can work it out. Can't. She said, there's nothing I can show you over the phone. He said, we can type a couple of sentences about what you're going to do different. That's all you really have to do. Not tell me I'm wrong. Say something I did wrong and blame me. She said, like I say 1,000,000 times, you can't hear tone and love in a text. He says, say what you're going to do differently like I did. He says, this isn't blaming me. She said, what did I say? When did I say I wasn't blaming you? I told you you're the reason why we started arguing. You got mad at me. He says, like, why am I chipping at ice? Why can't you just do that? How long have I been asking you for two simple answers and all I can get is half of one? She says, what the F do you want me to say? Clearly, you're not trying to work this out. I'm just about to go to bed and be done. If you wanted this to work out, we could have been worked it out when you texted me. She says, what do you text me to work it out later if we aren't going to work it out later? He says, give me a simple what you're going to do differently and how you're going to do it differently. First two things you did wrong. She says, the only thing I did wrong was not give you space and call you names, but you called me names too. You said rude things, he said. Refused to fix anything and you didn't give me space. So now, what are you going to do differently and how are you going to do it for these three things? She says, so I just have to fix all the problems and you just keep treating me like shite? How is that fair? I refuse to fix this since order because I didn't know how. If you were just nice to me, I would have let you fix it. I told you I would give you space, so I already fixed one of those things. I don't know how you keep effing repeating the same thing over and over again. Maybe if you didn't dictate who I was friends with, you would have a lot more space because I would be with my friends and not feel uncomfortable being with them because of what you think about them. You also said rude things. There's nothing I can do to fix that now. It's 10. Kenzie, I'm fixing the problems. I'm coaching us through this. We both have to know what to do differently. Is sometimes you're going to act out, I'm going to act out, but if we both know what to do, then the situation will always be under control and we'll never get to that point we don't want it to. She says, am I coming over to talk to you? To talk or no? Are we done? She says, that's why you need to work on your communication skills. I try to communicate and fix the problem immediately, but you just get mad and ruin it. And I'm coming over to talk to you, or are we done? He says, Kenzie, all you have done is blame me. You haven't admitted you're wrong at all without saying it was because of something I did. I don't think you can come over and work this out because you haven't even told me how you can do what happened earlier differently. She says, I've told you I made a mistake by buying it 1 million times. Clearly, you just texted me that you wanted to work it out later, so I can stop ignoring you. He says, no, I wasn't. Just that it was everything after that. The only thing that's my fault is not giving you space in buying it without the shorts. The only thing that's my fault, she says, is not giving you space and buying it without the shorts. He says, Kenzie, I'm trying to work it out. I just want to make sure it's worth even trying to work it out. She says, but you tried to kick me out of my home. I mean, I've been effing texting you for over an hour. So what the F do you think? Like, I'm seriously about to be so done. So am I coming over to work this out or are we done? You're making this not worth it right now. I've been ready to come work this out for about an hour now. He says, all you can do is blame with me. I don't think I can have you over. She says, clearly you can't read then. It's that what you think, and clearly you didn't want this relationship to work in the first place. I'm going to give you one more chance to let me come over and work this out, or we can talk in person, or I'm done, and just block me. He says, okay, Kenzie, I'm going to say this for the last time. What are you going to do differently, And how are you going to do it differently? Then don't blame me or something, or give me a shady answer, or just say you're going to do it, not how you're going to do it. And I'll let you come over and we can try and work this out. But if not, I know that when you come over, we're not going to get anywhere. She says, for the millionth time, I'm going to give you space when needed. I don't know what I can do to make you feel more appreciated, but I literally say thank you for everything that you do. He says, take as much time as you need. She says, no, because I'm going to bed if this isn't resolved. She says, like, it's literally just negative energy being drained from my soul. Me saying that I want to work this out after all. That happened should be enough for you. He says, the soul's energy is unlimited. You're closing your soul. Open up. She says, okay, so am I coming or are we broken up for good? Because this is literally wasting my time, my energy and time. I don't like to text because I can't hear your tone, she says. He says, well, I don't think tonight would work. You want to just work it out tomorrow? No, I do not, she says. Tomorrow, I'm going to be mad that you wasted my whole entire night and lied to me. You wouldn't have texted me, talk it out later. You just texted me that, so I would answer you. Good job playing mind games. Do you find it funny to just have me do this or something? He says, what? See, I knew I shouldn't have let you come back. You got issues. She says, no, you have issues. You lied to me. He said, I'm playing mind games trying to work this out. WTF. She says, if you were trying to work this out, you would have let me come talk to you in person after I told you 1,000,000 times that I didn't like to work things out over the phone. You have issues, she says. This isn't rude. Why are you being such a hypocrite right now? She says, why would you tell me work it out later if you were just trying to do this? He says, not as rude as saying, I'm playing mind games when I'm trying to work shite out. She says, I don't feel like you're trying to work this out. It feels like you're just trying to get me to answer right now, because if you wanted to work this out, you would have me over there so we could work this out in person. He says, I want you to be, I think he means ready to talk this out in person. She says, you don't decide if I'm ready or not. Who do you think you are? He says, I don't think it's going good. That's why I can't let you come. I mean, I'm letting you into my home, so yeah, I do decide. She said, it's my home. I sleep there every night. You do not decide if I'm ready or not. And she says, and am I going to come over and talk to you or are we done? I don't know why I have to keep repeating myself. He says, well, you can't give me a couple of sentences about what you can try to do differently or just say you're going to give me space. That's it. What more do you want? She says, do you not want me to ask you to buy me anything? I only call you names when you call me names first. That's a lie. You're not getting it. He says, look, you call me names. I'm going to try to react differently. It's going to go many different ways. It doesn't matter who did what first. We're both responsible. She says, I don't call you names. What a liar. I don't just call you names for no reason, liar. So that situation wouldn't happen in the first place because you always call me names first. He says, you're not getting it. I'm just going to go to bed. She said, I guess we're done. I guess you just wasted 2 hours of my life fake working this out. He said, I was trying my best, but you don't want to get it. She says, I don't know why you're not getting this. Maybe if we talk in person, it'll be better. Why do I keep repeating myself? If you want this relationship to work, you will work it out tonight. If you could answer the phone fast, you could answer my text message. You effed up. What? I was talking for so long. Why weren't you answer? She said, I will be over as soon as I wake up. Call back, he says. She says, I will be coming in the house. There's nothing to talk about. I already know. You don't give an F about how I feel or what I say. Go get your sleep. You've been complaining about for 2 hours. Don't come wake me up, he says. You can come, but don't come wake me up. She says, I am coming as soon as I wake up. Then leave the door unlocked or only the bottom locked, and then I won't have to wake you up. He says, no. Kenzie, just text me before you come. No. I'm coming right when I wake up, she says. He says, I should be up anyway. Just text me. Here. He says, I'm taking a shite. She says, I'm here. He says, I'll come and let you in soon. When? Then she says, do you know who's pathetic? This little biatch you call yourself, who can't even face his own problems. You're so effing immature. It's actually embarrassing. You think calling names are the way to solve any sort of problem. You just hide behind a phone and door. She says, not all of us spend their whole entire time reading books and just using their manipulation tactics to get their way. She says, now you're going to give me my stuff and I'm going to effing leave because you are an effing piece of shite and you never loved and cared about me, because somebody who loved and cared about me would never treat me this way. You vibrate so low that your words don't even hurt me anymore. I could just tell your words are coming from your soul of sadness. I thought I could fix you, but I guess you are always just going to be the same you that you always will be. If you don't open the door, I'm calling the police to retrieve my items. Your timer starts now. He says, I couldn't keep talking to a wall. I called your mom. Maybe she can explain what I was trying to convey to you. She says, we're either going to work this out. If you're not capable of that, then bring my purse and keys out. He says, if we're not working this out, I need my money before giving your shite back. She says, that's up to you to work this out. I've been trying all day, and then you can just call me names. She says, you're going to bring my stuff out now. Are you going to let me in? And we're going to work this out. She says, so you're choosing to not work this out? He says, if you want to work this out, you can wait till later. No, she says, it's a holiday tomorrow. It's now, or are we done? Okay, then. I give you over 5 hours. You took it for granted. Goodbye. She said, you argued with me all about 5 hours. You do not have to work it out at all. Okay. Be mature, she said. If I leave, you're just going to say I'm running away. He says, look, I told you what I wanted. I haven't gotten it. You want to leave and break up with me, so be it. Either way, I need my space. I don't want to talk. I've tried for so long and I'm done trying. And she says, you're going to not let me come work it out? If I leave, I want to work this out now. I know we can work this out. You just need to calm down. We are saying the same exact thing. He says, okay, Kenzie. So what do I want from you? She says, you want to know my plan on how I'm going to react differently next time to prevent it. Oh, okay. And what and how are you going to do differently? De-escalate, she says. You're giving me bare minimum, he says. Instead of reacting, we both need to pause and listen. He says, I'm putting in work for 5 hours trying to get a point across. Kenzie, what situations? What happened? What will you change? It's that simple. Next time I make a mistake, I'm going to just let you fix it. Question marks. Kenzie, you fix your own mistakes. I didn't know how to fix that, so you would have to help me. Having me do the phone thing when you can't would be still you fixing your own mistakes from the help of me. But you can't go to me first. Next time I order something, she says, I'll just have you buy it all so I can't mess it up. He says, if you start a problem or you make a mistake, you have to fix it. Think about the dinner analogy. I effed up the dinner. I don't just not fix it because you got mad. She says, the thing is, I wouldn't get mad. You both should control anger. But if one fails, she goes, I've not been angry all day. That doesn't give the other a reason to also fail. She says, even when you called me dumb and pathetic, I didn't raise my voice or call names back. So is she kidding? She just called him a slew of names. There's an instant example of me changing to work this out. He says, honestly, F it. I told you 3 things. What and how, and I have only gotten half answers. She goes, I told you that I'd show you in person. Now you're not hearing me. I answered, you're choosing not to listen to me. He said, if you can't come up with a decent thought out on what you could do differently, and most importantly, how, then I'm done answering you. The 3 things I told you. And to be honest, I think we should take space for a day at least. She says, what is communication? We both need to do more listening and not reacting. I know you're talking about just me, but we are both in a relationship and this needs to be fixed together. How I'm not going to react, actions speak louder than words. I will listen when you need me to and try my best so this doesn't happen. And calling me names hurts me, but I know you don't care. Kenzie, in these situations, when I did this, I shouldn't have done this, etc. This is how I'm going to do it. Like I'm giving you the answers to test, just fill in the blanks. Give me a specific situation. He says the situations that I had a problem with, there were 3 of them. And I repeated what they were. Give me one, she said. He said very many times, I know. I'm asking you to give me a specific one. He said all 3 of them. That happened yesterday. What will you do for each situation? She says, why do you keep rubbing my nose in this? I do not appreciate how you're talking to me. I already answered how I'm going to handle all these situations. I feel unheard. You keep making me repeat myself. He says, just answer it. I've only gotten 3 pieces. I'm making you give me a good one too, because this took so long. She said, what I said was a good one. I'm telling you, I won't react and I will listen when you feel unheard. That was vague, not situation specific at all, he says. She says, I said, I'll ask for help. And then you said, you're not going to help me fix their mistake. Do you want to fix this or are you going to keep rubbing my nose in this? He said, you're not fixing it. Same 3 questions from 16 hours ago, and you're still dancing around them. Okay, I think we have to end that now. I know we should finish the thing tomorrow and then be able to move on to the other stuff. Let's see what you're saying here. Hold on, I gotta make this. Okay, let's see. Where does she get off calling that her home? This is Dom's house. She is trying to make him believe her lies. He knows it's a losing battle. What names has he called her? Alicia says, let's see. Hi, Dank Menace. Kenzie has Greek feet, long second toes. Ancient Greeks like it on statues. She does look like Mr. Bean. Valerie Ventura says, will you act ugly too? She never gives him the chance to miss her. Lisa says her plan is to have her way, period. Lex Luthor says, thanks for the read. Still catching up. Lex Luthor says, now I got to go rewind and catch up. Thank you for your great reads, Mommy Ramlins. You're welcome, Lex Luthor. I wish he would say, hey, you're not the boss of me. Well, he was saying that, Alicia, and that he was getting real tough with her before. But then he went back on it, he thought he can make a difference. Oh, man, him saying that. Can't believe he just said that. What was that he's hardly no time? Oh, on the planet. Yeah. Serenity. Hi, Alicia. Yes. If you unmask them, which Dom did, they'll destroy you. Dom thought he could help her be a better person, and it killed him. Let's see. I think she's a sociopath. Hi, Long Island gal. Shanta. Hi, Shanta. What a nasty girl. Shoving your disgusting feet in his face. Well, you know what else too? She cheated, she wants to say he cheated on her because he got, he DM'd somebody or whatever. She freaking had somebody do something all over her feet. Okay. But doesn't want to say it was cheating because they were on a break, apparently. But she did it for money. So that was selling her body for money. But that's so gross in a way, because that's how many times did he say that about her feet? So she picks her feet, like the feet, like just gross. Like I expected to say, why especially do I want your feet? All I can think of is like what you did with that, it's disgusting. If Dom's mom likes it, she hates it. Well, let's see. He was damned if he did and damned if he didn't. Both choices were poison. She really gives me a headache. Can only imagine how he felt. Alicia, I bet she would wake him up at all hours of the night. It gets old fast. Yeah, absolutely. She stayed trying to get a key to his house. Yep, she was. Is Dom assuming she sold her body, or did he catch? No, he knows. He knows about it. It's true. Right. She's wound up like a top, Valerie says. She's always straight for the jugular, Alicia says. Shug said he was so ashamed and embarrassed of her. That's why he didn't want to take pictures for everyone to see. Can't blame him. Long Island Gal says, I will buy you a coffee if you stop posting constantly. Nightbot. Oh, sorry. That's Nightbot's automated. Sorry. He's automated. It's just automated, huh? Hair on his bathroom floor. Yeah, she was losing her hair, right? Hi, Petunia. Are they planning on going to a shoot? No, it's the photo shoot, hon. It's a modeling photo shoot. I can't believe they mentioned Barbizon. Yeah. You had to rewind like 30 minutes. You fell asleep and it's still June 8th. OMG. Oh my gosh. Uncry me. Hi, Julie Simonson. How are you? Amy. Okay, I got everybody there. I hope I saw what you guys were doing. Serenity said a heart made wise, no matter what he said or did, she was going to antagonize him. You're listening on 3 times and can understand every word. Okay. You're welcome, Lisa. Hi, Abuelita Journey. How are you? What names? Yeah, exactly. He know. Let's do our word game, okay? Tomorrow we should be finished with this part of it, and then I've got other stuff we're going to go into on this case that I think you're going to find very interesting. But we're going to go back over. I'm going to do some. You've got the phone call volumes that are going out every day, but I have other stuff we're going to be looking at. Dom should have been modeling. He had that look. Yeah, yeah. Very sad. Very sad. These are the last days of his life, and she was putting him through these paces. It's so crazy. And you got to realize like how sickly the mother was at that time, right? Because she could barely walk when it was her graduation. And, look at what, like, oh my gosh, fake. Yeah, it's just crazy. So we did watch Unknown Number last night, and members Patreons, you could come in there and watched it with us. We watched Unknown Number, and I did listen to that, and it is Chloe's parents, one of the girls that was accused, that are the ones that say that they believe the one of the mothers that the father and Criminy, we're going to finish tomorrow because I think we have like 500 pages still, because I think it's 31,600 pages, and we're like 31,100 pages. So it's like 600 pages. And I read a lot tonight. How long have I been on, you guys? I've read a freaking lot. 4 hours and 26 minutes. Yeah, 4 hours and 26 minutes. It'll be something to look forward to, right? Um, lead, lake. Okay. Lead. Feel. Oh, leak. Come on. Really not feel? Oh, no, we can't. What do we have? We got a bunch of F's in here. Huh? We did fled. Fake. What am I looking for? Leaf. Leaf, yeah. Very good, Avelitas. Okay, we got leaf, and then we did lake, lab, laid. We did, fled. Flack. How about flack? Flack. So we know it's going to be FL. We have to have FL. It's going to be an A or an E. If it's an A, fled. No, if it's a fled, we did that. If it's an, oh, flee. Okay. And then what is that other one? It's going to begin with, it's L, A. What is this going to be? Kale. I thought about that. Kale. Oh, I thought, there we go. We did it. Okay. So we did it. But I will, we'll finish this part. We should have this part done tomorrow. And then, I want to go back over into their own videos, like, the text messages like this, where they're up on the screen with Christine because we went through them in the main videos when we started, but I want them in their own videos. So I'll either do those, live because they'll be shorter, or I don't know, we could do that live, but then there's these big files I have from the lead investigator and from another one, and there's a lot of interesting stuff in there, and I want to go through each one of those. And then we've got the text with Rosie that we've never, I don't think we've ever brought those all the way out. And there's all the Snapchat stuff, and some of the Snapchat stuff is so bad you can't even show it. You can't. I've shown people in Zoom, and that's another thing. If members want to come into a Zoom, members, patrons, you want to come into a Zoom, and I can show you what's in some of the files that I can't put out here, we could do that too. And, instead of a movie night, we can do that and look at it there, but you can't put some of the stuff out there just because of the content of it. I'm not talking about, like graphic accident stuff. I'm talking about stuff Kenzie was doing. You can let your imagination know there. It's Kenzie. It's Kenzie doing it. It's not about the crash. It's her behavior on what she put on Snapchats and stuff. You just can't. It's bad. But all of that, we've got a lot of stuff to go through. There is a lot of files. I couldn't believe it because I went to this I have like 4 hard drives on this computer, and I forgot that I stuck a lot in this one hard drive, and I went into it yesterday and I was like, what? Yeah, I saw a whole bunch of stuff. So it's crazy. There's a lot to go through. A lot. Think about the Chris Watts discovery had 2,000 pages. People thought that was a lot. This is just almost 32,000 pages of text messaging. It's crazy. It's crazy, the volume in this case. It is crazy. I wish there were more video interviews. Yeah, wish there were more of those. Zoom? No, you're a member. You can go to, you're a member, Alicia, so you can come in Zoom, just like you could have come last night for the movie, but you didn't. You could have come in there. No, we would do it in Zoom. But we did watch Unknown Number. And that's another thing I'd like to discuss. That is a crazy thing. And there's a lot of people that did finally start to hear the stuff that Chloe's parents said. And her father's a police officer, Chloe's parent, and the mother, what they said at the end about implicating Lauren and her father, and then even implicating Owen's mother, Jill. And there are some things that really give me a little bit of a problem. Oh, that's when you started. Yeah, during the Watts case. I know, Alicia, of course. The Watts case. Thanks for going through all this. It helps people appreciate the loss of these men. Yeah, you really get to know victims, like I said, and it's sometimes we get so desensitized to things because so much stuff goes on, and it's just like when victims especially have like social media and stuff out there, or things like, how Shanann had those videos and people got to know her through those videos, and really come to learn a lot about her through the stuff, right? And it's it really makes you think it. But in this case here, I think some people might have felt more sorry for Kenzie if they hadn't seen anything like this. It's possible they could have felt sorry that she made a little tiny thing. Yes, he is, Alessia. He is. First year, yeah, he just started. He just started. But he's coming home this weekend now too. We went up there last Saturday for Family Day, and he came home 2 weekends before that. So he was up for like 4 straight weeks, and then he's been home. Oh, you have one there in college too? Still have Luke is still here, yeah. And Gia, that's what Gia just, in the beginning of this, my daughter-in-law to be called me because she scared the life out of me because before I was going live, she goes, can you call me right now? So I'm thinking like something happened. So I go, Gia, and what happened? And she's like, nothing. I just want to know because my son's going on a business trip. And she goes, I want to stay. I want us to do stuff. And like this, so then I said, okay. And then I accidentally I said, yeah, sure. And it's not even like tomorrow or something, it's like, so I'm like, okay. No, I'm very blessed that my daughter-in-law likes to spend a lot of time with me. I like to spend a lot of time with her too. To daughter-in-law to be. That's what, but, I'm blessed with that. Yeah, I like that. I like to spend time with her. She likes to spend time with me. And but I put the Zoom because I have to put the Zoom link in a Facebook message, and I didn't realize I put it in a message. I thought I always say I can put it in Jimmy's message and grab it so I can get on it with the iPad. But by accident, I put it in the one group message that is me, Jimmy, Gia, and my son Michael. And so when I put the Zoom in there, she thought like call in on the Zoom. So that was funny. Yeah, it was funny. Where is the time gone? I know, right, Alicia? They were little when I started doing the videos, right? Everyone remembers Luke, right, Mom? Right, Mom? I always tell him that. And Luke was like so into that, right? Yeah, I don't know where the time is gone. You know what I said? It's so weird because they say as you get older, time goes faster. And I think with each child you have, even though you say, okay, I'm going to treasure this like every moment, it goes faster and faster. But the funny thing is, all I could keep thinking about, because we're a very close community here, right? So, and I'm blessed because my kids, like literally the kids they were in preschool with, and Jimmy said something like, when it's Mother's Day, he was so thankful to the mothers of our kids' friends. And we've all just been like really close and everybody's been together. And it was like amazing when you're going to senior year and you're going to senior dinner and the senior awards. But I just remember it's so crazy because I remember us like on a soccer field when Ethan was 4 and Luke was 2. And then it's like that. And I said to Jimmy, there's our son, like last weekend, we're waving to him. He's driving out of the driveway to go back to college. And I said, where did that go? And then the other parents said to me, because we were at the church, it was after they did a benediction for the kids, right? One of the other fathers said, Carolyn, isn't this just like mind blowing? Because do you remember being on the soccer field when they were preschoolers and they didn't even know how to, play soccer, and they were just crazy kids? And it's just like, and that blink of an eye. And I think it's more profound. Well, like this is that guy's first kid, right? But this is my 4th. And I think it's so much more profound each time, And I don't know, it's just crazy. I can't believe how the time goes so fast. And I said to Jimmy, it's like when you have a baby. No, Luke is not a senior, he's a junior. He just started junior year. But when you have a baby, especially if you have a baby and they're college or whatever it is, and somebody would tell you like, oh, don't worry, treasure this time. It's not going to let you get that time to think, oh, this this is going to last forever. Like, you know, if there's something like that, but it doesn't. It goes so fast, right? It's crazy. I can see through the typos. I see through a lot of these typos over here, but it's crazy just how fast it goes. It's so freaking fast. You know, I was blessed to get to do it like all over again, and it still went so freaking fast. I still remember being like in a Walmart when I had Luke and Ethan in this thing, and the woman said to me, she thought they were my first two kids, and she goes, "It goes fast in the blink of an eye." I said, "These are not my first two. These are my fourth and fifth. Believe me, I know about the blink of an eye." But it even went faster. If you didn't even think it was possible, it went faster. Earlier today, my daughter said how fast the year has gone. I told her 10 years goes by like that. Yeah, as we get older, Serenity, and I've always heard that time goes faster and faster. It used to be like you'd think, like as a kid, right? Oh my gosh, it's going to be so long to get to Christmas or whatever it was, your birthday or the school year to be over. And now they're going by like that, right? It's like I pray to God every morning and I say, can you just like slow down time just a little bit, let it go a little bit. And now your grandkids are growing like weeds. Yeah, I don't have any grandkids yet, but yeah, I mean it's crazy how fast it goes. Just so fast. Hi, Victoria. I didn't see you come in here. Hi, Victoria. I hope Lisa Hobbs, I hope you're doing well. Why don't I see Victoria? Oh, there I see her. I don't see her before that though. But yeah, Lisa Hobbs, I'm thinking of you. I hope you're doing well. Pitbull Sleuth, I hope you're doing good. But yeah, tomorrow's Thursday. Today's Thursday, actually. Jimmy got it. We went to a sports awards dinner for Jimmy. Well, it was the end of their softball season. So that's a community event, but he got an award tonight, so that was nice. And I saw a lot of my friends and even a kindergarten teacher that I haven't seen in a long time, so that was nice. You just joined in, I know. Hi. So anyway, I want to show you guys something because there's another part of me other than true crime. I do a lot of crafts, and I have to tell you, I was working on a craft, and you know when sometimes you work on a craft and then you put something away and you don't finish it? Well, I was making this pine cone wreath with pine cones that I got from North and South Carolina. And then I made the whole wreath. So I came upon that in my craft room. The whole wreath form is made of pine cones, right? The whole wreath on the wreath form is full of pine cones. And then look at this. I got to show you guys this because this is funny. Because I might do a video on it tomorrow, but I'm going to do a video on finishing it. I have to cut, okay, pine cones are like this. Now, this is if you have any crafters. They're these small, these are the ones from South Carolina. These are actually from, Bucky reminded me, from my cousin's lawn in South Carolina. We went there with Scooter and everything, and we got them. And then Sandy had sent me some smaller ones. And then when I went with Sandy, I got the big woody ones. But I decoupaged those. I haven't cut the big ones up because I'll probably do something else with them. But these are the South Carolina ones. And you can cut these into at least 2 flowers, but sometimes 3. And I was telling Jen Grill today, I'm like, you would not believe how hard it is to cut a pine cone. So I have big shears. I tried them. I tried this big tool with shears. I was going crazy. So what you do is when you cut them, you can make them little flowers, paint them, okay? And they become little flowers. And sometimes people use this side. Then I'm going to glue them on the pine cone wreath. So it's going to be a pine cone wreath, and then it's going to have pine cone flowers on it. So I had started this project 2, maybe 3 years, well, 2 years ago, probably. And maybe it's not. Wait a minute. Bucky went with us in 2024. Maybe I'm a little harder on myself than, maybe I started this only a year ago, year and a half ago. So you make the pine cone flowers. Now, this is what's funny. So I said, I looked online and people were struggling with this. And then this one lady had, so first tried the clippers and I was really trying them. Luke gets home from school and I said, Luke, see if you can try this. So he's like pushing with all his might. You can't, you harvest pine cones and use the pine cones? Oh, the pine nuts? Oh, have you ever tried to cut them, Abuelita? It's really hard. It's really hard to cut these. You make Christmas trees with what? Which way? Because I have the little tiny pine cones around here from the hemlock, and I have made Christmas trees with them. Little ones, Alacia. But wait, I want to tell you what you got to hear what I did today, okay? So I said to Luke, try this with, and he's trying like crazy because he goes like this, Mom. I go, what? He goes, your face. Because I was like struggling. I was like, I was trying to get the clippers. I said, this is hard, Luke. He goes, I can see that. He's like, your face is showing it so hard. So he tries to do it, right? And he's a struggle. He's like, no. So I go, you know what, Luke? Bring me a hacksaw. Maybe a hacksaw would work. So he brings me a hacksaw. Hacksaw didn't work, right? Oh, you don't cut them though? Okay, so yeah, because I do it with the little teeny ones, and Jimmy didn't remember we had the little tiny ones. But anyway, I saw a lady make one today, Alicia, out of like pine cones bigger than this. It was like 9 feet tall. She made an entire tree. Okay. So I said, Luke, get the hacksaw. Luke it doesn't work. So he's trying with the clippers. So I said, you know what, Luke? Maybe a little hatchet, like I go like kind of like a tomahawk hatchet. So he goes and gets this hatchet. It's more of an axe, really. That didn't work. So I cut up about, I don't know how many more of these. Like these are cut from the first year I set that and painted. I got maybe 10 or 12 more. But then I told Jimmy, and I was watching with the girls in Zoom, I said, there's got to be something. So there's this tool we have that I saw this lady using. And it's this like little like saw thing that it's on the end of this like Ryobi power tool, but it goes, I don't know what the technical term is, it goes in and it's like a little blade kind of. Well, Jimmy tried to do it here tonight. And you can't believe how tough these things are. And he's like, well, that's not working. So he says, well, maybe we have to get different blades. And but these are really nice. And there's like so many things you can do with these besides that. Now there's another way you can paint this like this, and you glue this stick on the bottom of them and they become these bouquets. You can't believe how nice that looks. And there's like all these things you can do with pine cones. It's crazy, but I'm going to finish this wreath. I am. And I think Friday night, I'm going to have a craft night before we do anything true crime. And if you guys want to come on panel and do some crafting with us, just come on. And you can just come on. You don't have to be a member of Patreon to come on during the live stream at all. You can come right up and do it. But I'm going to finish this wreath. And here's what I'm going to do to myself. I'm going to finish this wreath, and then I'm going to start getting projects that I have been putting off. Like I have a dollhouse thing that I'm finishing, a room. That's going to be the next project, and the next project, and I'm going to finish these projects because I'm tired of having half-finished projects around. So if it's hard, I've got to either figure it out or whatever, but I've got to get it done. This is ridiculous. Okay? Then I'm going to do some more shell trees, some nativities, stuff like that. I'm going to get it done. And as we go into winter, and winter is usually very depressing for me because I can't stand the cold and having to be inside. You can't swim, you can't do all this stuff. So then it'll be more to at least the weekly Friday craft night, maybe more. And then try to finish some of these projects and have some fun with people on panel. I don't know if it's a reciprocating saw, but then even put the round blade on it that like spins almost like it wasn't working. And then it was just so crazy. You just can't believe it. Sawzall, yeah, we had all that. You can't believe Luke and I, like, nobody believes it. Like, when you tell somebody that's not, they're like, how hard is it to cut a pine cone? But believe it or not, these are real bolt cutters. Some lady, Alicia, in one of the groups, I'm not joking, she had like a pair of bolt cutters. She broke the entire handle trying to cut the pine cones. I know, Abuelita, you're going to have to come on and show us your creations. Because we are crafty. That's how we found out. When I was covering Chris Watts, we found out a lot of our people following true crime were very crafty. They liked crafts. And then I taught a lot of people to decoupage. And then people came on and did other crafts, and we got to learn about a lot of other things. And that's great. It's really fun. So we learned hand knitting. We had one like that. We had a guy that we did a guided painting, like one of those sipid paints. Our friend Jeff, he did that. But yeah, a lot of people that followed true crime are crafty. All right. But anyway, I love you guys. God bless. Thank you for spending that time with me. I am going to finish this wreath. You're going to see this. I'm going to try that saw tomorrow. I may put on a little video of me doing that saw tomorrow. If I try that saw tomorrow, I got to figure it out. They're hard on and tear up your hands also. The pine cones, yeah, you got to be careful. Like Luke said, when you're grabbing them, because these, like the pine cones we have here are not so much. And I have some of those downstairs. I got to try. These have like almost like a little pointy thing right there. It's like little thorn almost. It doesn't come out in your finger, but it's pointy. So you got to use gloves or some kind of a cloth or something. Anyway, you guys be good. God bless everyone and what their needs are. And I hope you stay well and kind and loving. And we'll see you tomorrow. Stay safe. And thank you for spending this time with us. Everybody have a good night. Good night.